السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله وكفى وسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى صلى الله تعالى عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه ما بعد. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. So we are continuing from ayah number 28. Ayah number 28 of Surah Yasin. Bismillah.
بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. وما نافية أنزلنا على قومه أي حبيب من بعده بعد موته من جند من السماء. من السماء أي ملائكته لإهلاكهم وما كنا منزلين. ملائكته لإهلاك أحد إن ما كانت عقوبتهم إلا صيحة واحدة صاح بهم جبرائيل فإذا هم خامدون ساكتون ميتون. يا حسرة على العباد هؤلاء ونحوهم ممن كذبوا الرسل فأهلكوا وهي شدة. sorry
فأهلك أهلك يهلك سأهلك أهلك فأهلك, so they were destroyed.
فأهلكوا وهي شدة تألم. تألم. ونداؤها مجاز أي هذا أوانك فاحضري ما يأتيهم من رسول إلا كانوا به يستهزئون. مسوق لبيان سببها لاشتماله على استهزائهم المؤدي إلى إهلاكهم المسبب عنه الحسرة. ألم يروا أي أهل مكة القائلون للنبي لست مرسلا والاستفهام للتقرير أي علم كم رية بمعنى كثير معمولة لما بعدها معلقة لما قبلها عن العمل والمعنى إن أهلكنا قبلهم كثير من القرون الأمم أنهم أي المهلكين إليهم أي المكيين لا يرجعون أفلا يعتبرون بهم وأنهم إلى آخره بدل مما قبله برعاية المعنى المذكور وإن نافية أو مخففة كل أي كل الخلائق مبتدأ لما بالتشديد بمعنى إلا وبالتخفيف فاللام فارقة وما مزيدة جميع خبر المبتدأ أي مجموعون لدينا عندنا في الموقف بعد بعثهم محضرون للحساب خبر ثان. وما نافية so ayah 28. So وما أنزلنا على قومه من بعد, so and we did not send. So نافية meaning it's negating. We did not send down to his people a Habib meaning to Habib's. Is he talking about the Prophet ﷺ or someone else?
Let's talk about Habib Najjar, the person who bought Iman, who's mentioned in the previous page.
I didn't catch up yet. أي حبيب من بعده بعد موته, that after him, after his death, من جند من السماء, any like army from the heavens, أي ملائكتي meaning the angels, to destroy them, وما كنا منزلين, nor like were we in need to send them down. the angels to destroy any one of them. ملائكة يعني إنما كانت عقوبتهم, that it, like their punishment, so the in is in the meaning of ma here, إلا صيحة, it was not but one cry, صاح بهم جبريل, that Jibril like did, فإذا هم خامدون.
Saha means to shout, scream, yell.
It was not but one cry that Jibril shouted, فإذا هم خامدون, and they were extinguished. ساكتون ميتون, silent and dead. يا حسرة على العباد, that alas for the slaves of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, هؤلاء ونحوهم, that them and those that are like them, ممن كذب الرسل فأهلكوا, who ممن denied the messengers and they were then destroyed. وهي شدة التألم, it's used as like an intense figure of speech.
So the ya hasratan, right? Ya hasratan is to express shiddatu ta'allum, which is severe pain.
Severe pain. ونداؤها مجاز, and it's like a call.
So wanida'uha majaz, and this calling out, this nida of, there's a harf nida of ya hasara. So this nida is figurative. It's not like you're literally calling out to a person, right? So it's a lament. Nida'uha majaz, and it's calling out as figurative. Ay hada awanuki fahduri, meaning this is the time for you, meaning this is the time for your punishment. Fahduri, so be present.
Sheikh, did you say majaz, does that translate to figurative?
Yeah, majaz as in the opposite of haqiqa, right?
Okay. فاحذري ما يأتيهم من رسول إلا كانوا به يستهزئون, that no messenger came to them, but they had been mocking him. مسوق لبيان, مسوق لبيان يأتي من رسول إلا كانوا به يستهزئون.
So this was given or brought libayani sababiha, to explain the reason for their being punished, which is yastahzi'un. They were, they would mock the messengers when the messengers would come to them, right?
لاجتماعه على استهزائهم, because this comprises of their like mocking of them, المؤدي إلى أهلاكهم, which is like the result of them being destroyed, المسبب عنه الحسرة, and is like the cause of their punishment or anguish,
and is the cause for the hasara. So ya hasratan ala al-ibad, the pity, the lament is because of their mocking the messengers that caused them to be punished. So their mocking led to the punishment, which led to the hasara, which means the mocking itself is the musabbab, the direct cause of the hasara.
ألم يروا, have they not, have they, أي أهل مكة, meaning the people of Mecca, قائلون للنبي, who said to the Prophet ﷺ, لست مرسلا, that you have not been sent as a messenger. والاستفهام للتقرير, الاستفهام للتقرير, and this is like this question is to affirm, أي علموا, what they knew, كم خبرية بمعنى كثير, that how many, meaning in بمعنى كثير,
So when Allah says, Kam, right? Kam ahlakna, did they not see? Alam yaraw, did they not see? Kam ahlakna, how many we have destroyed before them? And this kam is to inform, and it's also in the meaning of kathir, meaning many have been destroyed. Many had been destroyed. And ma'mulatin lima ba'daha, and it is acting as a ma'mul for what comes after it, which is ahlakna, and which is muta'alliq, which is connected to what is before it. In other words, inna ahlakna, that indeed we have destroyed many before them.
إن أهلكنا قبلهم, that we have destroyed many before them, كثيرا, meaning many, meaning القرون, of like many generations, communities, أنهم أي المهلكين, so those that were destroyed, إليهم المكيين لا يرجعون, that the is Makkeen referring to the people of Mecca or someone else?
Well, it's being directed to them that these people who are destroyed, أنهم إليهم لا يرجعون, they would not ever return back to the people of Mecca. In other words, the people of Mecca would never see them again.
أفلا يعتبرون بهم أنهم إلى آخره بدل مما قبله. So will they not يعتبرون بهم? So is it saying will they not learn from them?
Yeah, اعتبار.
Will they not learn from them? وأنهم إلى آخره, and the أنهم is a badal.
أنهم till the end.
أنهم till the end is a badal for what came before it. برعاية المعنى, like while keeping in mind or being aware of the meaning that was mentioned before.
Yeah, so أنهم إليهم لا يرجعون is a badal of what comes before it, which is كم أهلكنا. If you look at footnote number 14, it says المعنى المذكور أي لم يروا, do they not see, أن أهلكنا قبلهم كثيرا من القرون وعدم رجوعهم إلى هؤلاء، أي ألم يروا عدم رجوع الهالكين إلى هؤلاء. Does that make sense? That do they not see how many generations we have destroyed, and do they not see that those who were destroyed will not be returning to them?
So when when the author mentions this is just to like specify, because the annahum, like there was no subject message or mentioned before, so he's just connecting it. Because like for us, it's intuitive, right? We know that it's talking about the people.
Well, it's intuitive because that's what we've come to learn from the grammar, right? And there is no visible connector, but we know that it's continuing the same thought process. So it's just clarifying that.
وإن, and this is the in is for negation, or it's for like lightening or softening it. كل أي كل الخلائق, that every single one of them, every single creature, every single creature, um, and it's just saying that the كل مبتدأ. لما بالتشديد بمعنى إلا. لما and it emphasizes like a strong meaning of إلا, meaning like negation. وبالتخف or
لما بالتجديد means وتشدد. So لما as opposed to لما.
in the meaning of إلا. وبالتخفيف فاللام فارقة.
So وبالتخفيف means if we were to say لما, in that case the lam would be just a separator and the ma would be extra. Basically وإن كل جميع لدينا محضرون. Make sense?
Can you repeat that last part, Sheikh? So lama meaning when you're saying the lam would be a separator.
Yeah, lam fariqa, and it is a fariqa between the mukhaffafa word and the nafiya, right? Which is wa'in.
جميع خبر المبتدا, and that is the predicate of the مبتدا. أي مجموعون will be gathered لدينا, near us or before us, عندنا في الموقف بعد بعثهم محضرون, at the place of standing or like on the day of judgment after the resurrection, present للحساب, for the reckoning. خبر ثان, and
It would be the second khabar. So jami'un would be the first khabar, and the mubtada is of course kullun, right? And muhtarun would be the second khabar.
وآية لهم على البعث خبر مقدم. الأرض الميتة بالتخفيف والتشديد أحييناها بالماء مبتدأ وأخرجنا منها حبا كالحنطة فمنه يأكلون وجعلنا فيها جنات بساتين من نخيل وأعناب وفجرنا فيها من العيون أي بعضها ليأكلوا من ثمره بفتحتين وبضمتين أي ثمر المذكور من النخيل وغيره وما عملته أيديهم أي لم تعمل الثمر لم تعمل الثمر أفلا يشكرون. أنعمه تعالى عليهم سبحان الذي خلق الأزواج الأصناف كلها مما تنبت الأرض من الحبوب وغيرها ومن أنفسهم من الذكور والإناث ومما لا يعلمون من المخلوقات الغريبة العجيبة وآية لهم على القدرة العظيمة الليل نسلخ نفصل منه النهار فإذا هم مظلمون داخلون في الظلام والشمس تجري إلى من جملة الآية لهم أو آية أخرى والقمر كذلك لمستقر لها أي إليه لا يتجاوزه ذلك جريها تقدير العزيز في ملكه العليم بخلقه والقمر بالرفع والنصب وهو منصوب بفعل يفسره ما بعده قدرناه من حيث سيره منازل 28 منزلا في 28 ليلة من كل شهر ويستتر ليلتين إن كان الشهر 30 يوما وليلة إن كانت 29 يوما. وآية لهم, and a sign for them على البعث, about the resurrection, and it is the خبر مقدم, it is like a خبر that's brought forth earlier. الأرض الميتة is the dead earth بالتخفيف والتشديد, and it could be It could be read as Mayta or Mayita.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah. Maita or Mayita.
أحييناها, and we bring it to life بالماء, with water. And this is the مبتدأ. وأخرجنا منها حبة, and from it we produce grain كالحنطة, such as wheat. فمنه يأكلون, and from that is what they eat. وجعلنا فيها جنات, and we have placed gardens, or like gardens again, or orchards, من نخيل وأعناب, of date palms, and grapes or vines. وفجرنا فيها من عيون, and we bring forth springs from them. أي بعضها, meaning like some of them, or like a number of them. ليأكلوا من ثمره بفتحتين, so that they may eat from its fruits. And it could be read ثمره or ثمره. وبضمتين أي ثمر المذكور, and like meaning the fruits that were mentioned from date palms and other than it. وما عملته أيديهم, and it was not the work of their hands. أي لم تعمل الثمر, like they did not make the fruits. أفلا يشكرون, so will they not be grateful? أنعمه, about the favors that he subhanahu wa ta'ala bestowed upon them. سبحان الذي خلق الأزواج, so glory be to him subhanahu wa ta'ala who created like all pairs, and asnaf, like all types. كلها مما تنبت الأرض, and all of what the earth produces from grain and other than it. ومن أنفسهم من الذكور والإناث, and of themselves, of males and females. ومما لا يعلمون, and of what they do not know. من المخلوقات, of creation that is strange and wondrous. وآية لهم, and a sign for them of his ability and his might. الليل نسلخ, is that the night, like is it overtakes?
Yeah, nafsilu is separate. The translation that nafslahu, strip, both Muftitaqi and Mukhattab's translation is strip it from daylight. This is very similar to the Falaq translation, right? Which is to cleave, to tear apart. The idea is that when the light is going beyond the horizon, it's like pulling back, and when the sun rises, it's like pulling back the night sky. So it's like separating.
I was thinking about yuliju, because you see yuliju lane, right? So neslahu is in the meaning of strip, and yulij is overtake, right?
Yeah, I mean, yuliju, from what I remember, the synonym for it is usually adkhala, which is like to enter into. Right.
Okay.
So the night enters into the day, and the day enters into the night, because it's not like a complete change. It's like you can see one is going in and one is going out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
نفصل منه النهار, and we separate it from the day. نفصل منه النهار فإذا مظلمون, and they find themselves in darkness. داخلون في الظلام, and they enter into darkness or shade. والشمس تجري, and the sun which runs or flows. How did you pronounce this? I said ilach. That doesn't sound right. What is ilach?
You pronounce what?
Like the word after tajri, is it ilach?
Well, ila akhiri, that's like a
Oh, it's a
shorthand of saying ila akhiri in jumlatil ayati lahu.
okay. إلى آخره which is saying like it goes to the end من جملة الآية لهم أو آية أخرى. I'm not sure how to translate this. So
والشمس تجري لمستقر لها. The sun travels for its fixed term, and the sun is quickly proceeding towards its destination. So والشمس تجري until the end of the ayah, so the entire ayah is تجري لهم, and the sun travels on its fixed term for them. Right? أو آية أخرى, or والشمس تجري is another sign. The sun traveling for a fixed term. It's another sign, just like how the night being stripped away from the daylight, or the daylight being stripped away from the night, and them finding themselves in the dark is a sign. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي is also another sign. وَالْقَمَرَ كَذَلِكَ, and the moon, which is mentioned in the next ayah, is similar, meaning it's another sign. So even though these two ayat don't have the word ayah, like وَآيَةٌ لَهُمُ اللَّيْلُ نَسْلَخُ مِنْهُ النَّهَارَ فَإِذَا هُمْ مُظْلِمُونَ, but Allah doesn't say وَآيَةٌ لَهُمْ الشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي or آيَةٌ لَهُمْ الْقَمَرَ قَدَّرْنَاهُ. So even though the word ayah is not mentioned, both of them are ayat as well.
Can you repeat that again? So I understand the ayah part, but when it says إلى آخر من جملة الآية لهم, how, so what are they contrasting? So they're saying it's either another ayah or
No, وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي, the entire the وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي is either connected to ayatullah, because the night and day are connected to each other.
Mhm.
So it's either connected to that, or it's a separate ayah, a separate sign that Allah is highlighting. So if you look at footnote number 10, من جملة الآية لهم يشير إلى أنه معطوف على قوله الليل خبر لقوله آية أو مبتدأ وقوله تجري صفة لها. So it could either just be connected to وآية لهم الليل نسلخ منه النهار فإذا هم مظلمون والشمس تجري لمستقر لها ذلك تقدير العزيز العليم. So it's basically two signs of Allah that are kind of considered as one verse.
Okay. It's basically saying it's one ayah together with the prior one, or it's a new one.
So it's either connected to the previous verse, in which case it would be part of the same topic, or ayatun ukhra, or it's a separate sign that Allah is highlighting without connecting it to al-layl.
أي إليه لا يتجاوز وزه, that it does not overtake, like the moon does not overtake the sun. ذلك جريها, and that it is like flowing or running. تقدير العزيز, by the like the ordainment or the power of the Almighty in His kingdom. Al-Alim, and He is the all-knowing of His creation. Wal-Qamar, and the moon, بالرفع والنصب, and it can be read قمر or قمر. وهو منصوب بفعل يفسره. It could be mansub because of the action, because it explains like the action. يفسره, it explains what comes after it. قدرناه من حيث سيره, what it is, we have determined it or like ordained it. من حيث سيره, like where it travels. منازل, to its resting place. 28 like phases. um, 28 منزلة في 28 ليلة, in 28 nights of every month. ويستتر, until like ويستتر ليلتين, like it becomes concealed or hidden for 2 nights. إن كان الشهر 30 يوما, when the month has like 30 days. وليلة إن كانت and one night if the month is 29 days. حتى عاد, until it returns. في آخر منزله, in its last phase, to be seen by the eye. كالعرجون القديم, كالعرجون القديم, like an old branch of a date palm. أي كعود الشماريخ. So it's like the old branch. 16.
Not old branch, date cluster. So والقمر so والقمر بالرفع, which is obviously going to be the mubtada, and everything after that will be the khabar. And if you read it as qamara, it's mansub because of a hidden fi'l, which is explaining what comes after it. So قدرنا القمر, basically. وقدرنا القمر قدرناه منازل. So that's why it could be read as qamara. And Allah says that the moon has predetermined phases. The moon has predetermined phases, measured phases. And obviously these phases are to our sight. The moon, the waxing and waning of the moon itself is not literal. It's simply what we are capable of seeing. And the book mentions that there are 28 manzils, 28 measured ordained phases in 28 nights of the month. Okay, in 28 nights of the month. So Islamic calendars, which run on the lunar cycle, can be either 29 or 30, in which case, if the month happens to be 30 days, if the month happens to be 30 days, which means that the moon will be visible for 28 nights. So you have a 30-day, month, which means you have 29 nights, and you have 30 nights. So when you have 28 phases, you're left with 2 nights. That's why وَيَسْتَطِرُ لَيْلَتَيْنِ. 2 of the nights, it's possible for you to not be able to sight the moon, right? Which is why the new crescent, the first night of the month, is very difficult sometimes to sight it. And oftentimes when you see it the night after, if it's thicker than it usually would have been, then you know it was basically from the night before. وَلَيْلَةً إِنْ كَانَ 29 يَوْمًا. And if the month happens to be 29 days, that means 29 nights with 29 days and 28 phases, then you're unable to see the moon for 1 night. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So until it returns to the sight of the eyes, and then it is like urujun al-qadim. It's like a curved palm stalk, old curved palm stalk, because the crescent is obviously curved. So it's like a udish shamarikh, like a date cluster, like a date clusters, um, you know, palm, either atiqa, or either ataqa, when it ages, when it gets old, فَإِنَّهُ يَدُقُ, so it becomes delicate. And so usually it's stiff and it's not curved because it's very strong. But when it ages and it dries out, it becomes delicate, يَدُقُ, and يُتَقَوِّسُ. يُتَقَوِّسُ, it becomes arched. Qaws comes from this word qaws, which means quiver, right? Or qaws, which means bow, right? So the bow is curved, and the yutaqawwisu is the verb, which means to become curved. It becomes arched because it droops, right? Wa yusaffiru, and it becomes yellowish. So the new crescent is not brilliantly white. You know, it's it's not yellowish per se, but basically it's not as bright as it could be. Okay.
لا الشمس ينبغي, and it is not for the sun to overtake, meaning it is not easy. يسهل ويصح, nor is it right for it to overtake the moon. فتجتمع معه في الليل, and so that they appear, like, so it appears together with it at night, meaning both the sun and the moon together. وَلَلَيْلُ سَابِقُ النَّهَارِ, nor for the night to like precede or catch up with the day. فَلَا يَأْتِي قَبْلَ انْقِضَائِهِ, and it never comes or arrives before the other one ends. وَكُلٌّ تَنْوِينِهِ عِوَضِ, and each of them, وَكُلٌّ تَنْوِينِهِ, and the tanween is in place.
It's in place of the mudaf ilayh, which is the shams, qamar, and nujum.
وكل is in place of the مضاف إليه. Okay. إليه من الشمس والقمر.
Basically, instead of saying وكل شمس وقمر ونجوم, and all of the sun, stars, and moon are في فلك يسبحون. So instead of saying that, Allah just says وَكُلٌّ, and that tanween on the lam is in place of the mudaf ilayh, because this ayah is coming at the conclusion of Allah talking about the night, talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, right?
Mhm. But actually, this is not like a grammatical exception, right? Because when you're saying وَكُلٌّ, it just becomes, does it just become a new mubtada, or?
Well, kullun is going to refer to something, because in order for the word itself to be effective, it's going to come after you mention whatever you need to mention. And it will end up having a tanween because that's the default,
Yeah.
right? It default as in when it's on its own. It would become mudaf ilayh if you were saying something like, and everything that was mentioned, right? For example, or and everything of this is the following.
في فلك مستدير يسبحون, and everything is in an orbit. مستدير, like revolving. يسبحون, swimming. يسيرون, meaning traveling. نزلوا منزلة عقلا, نزل. What does this last part mean, Sheikh?
So, نزلوا منزلة العقلاء. So, when Allah describes the Shams, Qamar, and Nujum, right, the image that we get is all of them operating not necessarily on their own, but having some type of sentience, right? So saying, for example, that the sun travels for a fixed term, right? And the moon, we have appointed measured phases for it. And it is not appropriate for the sun to catch up with the moon, and nor for the night to outpace or outrun the day. So that type of language, manzilat al-uqala, is Allah treating these creations of His as sentient, as creations of intelligence.
So does nuzilu mean treating, Sheikh, in this context? Because like,
yeah, well, nazzala yunazzilu means to kind of place, to put, right? Nazzala yunazzilu tanzil, or to put down. So nuzzilu manzilat al-uqala. So the manzil, the place that Allah gives all of these creations in the ayah are that of uqala.
oh, got it. Okay, that's what I was trying to translate the place part of it. So it's basically treating them in the place of intelligent beings.
Yeah, so as if like they're human or similar.
Zainab, do you want to read from here?
Yeah, sure. Bismillah. آية لهم على قدرتنا أنا حملنا ذريتهم وفي قراءة ذرياتهم أي آباءهم الأصول في الفلك أي سفينة نوح المشحون المملوء وخلقنا لهم من مثله أي مثل فلك نوح وهو ما عملوه على شكله من السفن الصغار والكبار بتعليم الله تعالى ما يركبون فيه وإن نشأ نغرقهم مع إيجاد السفن فلا صريخ مغيث لهم ولا هم ينجون إلا رحمة منا ومتاعا إلى حين أي لا ينجيهم إلا رحمة منا وتمتيعنا إياهم بلذاتهم إلى انقضاء آجالهم وإذا قيل لهم اتقوا ما بين أيديكم من عذاب الدنيا كغيركم وما خلفكم من عذاب الآخرة لعلكم ترحمون أعرضوا وما تأتيهم من آية من آيات ربهم إلا كانوا عنها معرضين وإذا قيل لهم أي قال فقراء الصحابة لهم أنفقوا علينا مما رزقكم الله من الأموال قال الذين كفروا للذين آمنوا استهزاء بهم أنطعم من لو يشاء الله أطعمه في معتقدكم هذا إن ما أنتم في قولكم لنا ذلك مع معتقدكم هذا إلا في ضلال مبين بين والتصريح بكفرهم موقع عظيم ويقولون متى هذا الوعد بالبعث إن كنتم صادقين فيه قال تعالى ما ينتظرون إلا صيحة واحدة وهي نفخة إسرافيل الأولى تأخذهم وهم يخصمون بالتشديد أصله يختصمون نقلت حركة التاء إلى الخاء وأدغمت في الصاد أي وهم في غفلة عنا بتخاصم وتبايع وأكل وشرب وغير ذلك وفي قراءة يخصمون كيضربون أي يخصم بعضهم بعضا آية لهم Another sign of our divine ability for them is that we carried their ancestors, and in a qira'ah, ذرياتهم, meaning their forefathers, الأصول في الفلك in the fully loaded ark, meaning the ark of Nuh, and created for them similar and created for them similar things.
So آباؤهم الأصول, their quote unquote original forefather, because it's not their immediate forefathers, right?
Yeah.
Because it happened long ago, but conventional understanding of the flood of Nuh alayhi salam is that only the people on the ship were the ones who were saved and everyone else was destroyed, which would mean all of humanity, all human beings after that point were our descendants from the people who were on the ship. Right?
And created for them similar things, meaning similar to the ark of Nuh, and that is what they created, what they made, like similar to the ark of Nuh, of small and big ships, through the teaching of Allah.
Right. So Allah says that they made similar ships, big and small. And that was also from the ta'lim. That was also from Allah teaching them. Right? And they used that to ride. Mhm.
ما يركبون, for them to ride in. وإن نشأ نغرقهم, if we willed, we could drown them, even with the presence of the ships. Then no one would respond to their cries, nor would they be rescued, except by mercy from us, allowing them enjoyment for a while, meaning nothing except mercy from us for them will save them, and وتمتيعنا إياهم, and allowing them enjoyment with their desires until the end of their time.
Mhm.
When it is said to them, beware of what is ahead of you, of the punishment of this life, كغيركم, like it is for like everyone other than you.
Mhm.
وما خلفكم, and what is behind you of the punishment of the hereafter, so you may be shown mercy, but they turned away. Whenever a sign comes to them from their Lord, they turn away from it. And when it is said to them, meaning when the poor, when the companions that were poor said to them, donate, like spend on us from what Allah has provided for you of wealth, the disbelievers say to the believers out of mockery to them, why should we feed those whom Allah could have fed if He wanted to?
في
I'm not sure.
في معتقدكم هذا is like, as you believe, as you claim, right? So you believe that Allah feeds everyone. So why don't you just wait for Allah to feed you, essentially?
إنما أنتم, you are clearly in your state in this statement of yours, في قولكم لنا ذلك. So you are clearly astray in your statement to us.
Despite your or with your belief in this. In other words, for you to say أنفقوا مما رزقكم الله, for you to say أنفقوا مما رزقكم الله is contrary to what you believe that Allah feeds. So why should we feed those whom Allah could have fed if He wanted to, as you believe that He does? In أنتم إلا في ضلال مبين. This saying of yours that أنفقوا مما رزقكم الله, is going, it's a clear error. It's going clearly astray, with the belief that you have that Allah feeds everyone.
والتصريح بكفرهم, and showing their disbelief explicitly here is like a great like a great situation. I'm not sure how to translate that.
Well, I mean, والتصريح بكفرهم موقع عظيم. So if you look at number 14, وهو الإشارة لاختلاف نوعي الكفار. So this is an indication to the difference, or the two different types of kuffar. Because the first or one type was لأن المراد هنا الزنادقة المنكرون لوجود الصانع المختار. So on one hand, you have the zindiq, you have those who left Islam, and you have those who remained on kufr. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, this is just a way of their kufr becoming more prominent.
ويقولون, and they ask, when will this threat of resurrection come to pass if what you say is true regarding it? Allah said, they must be awaiting a single blast, and that is the first blow of Israfil, which will seize them while they are entrenched in worldly disputes. So يخصمون, the original word was يختصمون, and the haraka of the ta, so the fatha was moved to the kha, and then it was merged into the sad, meaning they are in heedlessness regarding resurrection, in disputes and trade, and eating and drinking, and other than that. And in a qira'ah, يخصمون, read like يضربون, meaning disputing with one another. فلا يستطيعون توصية بأن يوصوا ولا إلى أهلهم يرجعون، أي من أسواقهم وأشغالهم، بل يموتون فيها. ونفخ في الصور هو قرن النفخة الثانية للبعث، وبين النفختين 40 سنة، فإذا هم المقبورون من الأجداث القبور إلى ربهم ينسلون، يخرجون بسرعة. قالوا أي الكفار منهم يا للتنبيه ويلنا هلاكنا، وهو مصدر لا فعل له من لفظه من بعثنا من مرقدنا، لأنهم كانوا بين النفختين نائمين ولم يعذبوا. هذا أي البعث، ما أي الذي وعد به الرحمن وصدق فيه المرسلون، أقروا حين لا ينفعهم الإقرار. وقيل يقال لهم ذلك إن ما كانت إلا صيحة واحدة فإذا هم جميع لدينا عندنا محضرون فاليوم لا تظلم نفس شيئا ولا تجزون إلا جزاء ما كنتم تعملون. Okay. فلا يستطيعون then they will not be able to make a last will be unuseful, so make a will, nor can they return to their own people from their markets and their work, rather they will die in it. The trumpet will be blown, and this is the second trumpet that will be blown for resurrection, and between the two will be 40 years. Then behold, those that are in their graves will rush from the graves to their Lord. They will come out rushing. They will cry, meaning the disbelievers from among them will cry, woe to us. And the ya is to caution. Halakana, our destruction, and wail is a masdar which does not have a fi'il from the word itself.
Yeah, because usually you get the fi'l from the masdar, but wail is a word that doesn't give a fi'l, so there's no like wala or wayla or whatever, right? It's just the word itself.
Woe to us who has raised us up from our place of rest, because they were sleeping between the two, like blowing of the trumpet, and they were not punished. This meaning resurrection must be what the most compassionate warned us of, and the messengers told the truth. So they affirmed it when affirming it will not benefit them. And it has been said that will be said to them. It will only take one blast, then at once they will all be brought before us. On that day, no soul will be wronged in the least, nor will you be rewarded except the reward for what you used to do. إن أصحاب الجنة اليوم في شغل بسكون الغين وضمها عما فيه أهل النار مما يلتذون به كافتضاد الأبكار لا شغل يتعبون فيه لأن الجنة لا نصب فيها فاكهون ناعمون خبر ثان لإن والأول في شغل هم مبتدأ وأزواجهم في ظلال جمع ظلة أو ظل خبر أي لا تصيبهم الشمس على الأرائك جمع أريكة وهي سرير في الحجلة أو حجلة أو الفراش فيها متكئون خبر ثان متعلق على
حجلة.
لهم فيها فاكهة ولهم فيها ما يدعون يتمنون.
So it says the footnote is either two fathas, so حجلة or حجلة مع ضم الحاء سكون الجيم or حجلة. حجلة, حجلة or حجلة.
سلام مبتدأ قولا أي بالقول خبره من رب رحيم بهم من رب رحيم بهم أي يقول لهم سلام عليكم، ويقول امتازوا اليوم أيها المجرمون أي انفردوا عن المؤمنين عند اختلاطهم بهم. ألم أعهد إليكم آمركم يا بني آدم على لسان الرسل ألا تعبدوا الشيطان لا تطيعوه إنه لكم عدو مبين بين العداوة وأن اعبدوني وحدوني وأطيعوني هذا صراط طريق مستقيم. ولقد أضل منكم جبلا خلقا جمع جبيل كقديم، وفي قراءة بضم الباء كثيرا أفلم تكونوا تعقلون. عداوته وإضلاله أو ما حل بهم من العذاب فتؤمنون، ويقال لهم في الآخرة هذه جهنم التي كنتم توعدون بها اصلوها اليوم بما كنتم تكفرون. اليوم نختم على أفواههم أي الكفار لقولهم والله ربنا ما كنا مشركين، وتكلمنا أيديهم وتشهد أرجلهم وغيرها بما كانوا يكسبون. فكل عضو ينطق بما صدر منه، ولو نشاء لطمسنا على أعينهم لأعميناها طمسا فاستبقوا ابتدروا الصراط الطريق ذاهبين كعادتهم فكيف يبصرون حينئذ أي لا يبصرون. ولو نشاء لمسخناهم قردة وخنازير أو حجارة على مكانتهم. وفي قراءة مكاناتهم جمع مكانة بمعنى مكان أي في منازلهم، فما استطاعوا مضيا ولا يرجعون أي لم يقدروا على ذهاب ولا مجيء. Indeed, on that day, the residents of paradise will be busy enjoying themselves. So it can be read shuhlin or shuhulin. Contrary to what the people of the hellfire are in, enjoying, I don't know, كيف ضاد الأبكار.
So you're asking about كيف تضاد الأفكار?
Yeah.
Okay. So إن أصحاب الجنة اليوم في شغل just talking about the day people of Jannah will be busy and busy enjoying themselves. And this would be when they are well, so if the Dadil Afkar is referring to the intimacy that they will enjoy with their spouses, and as it's mentioned in the hadith, it will be like they are virgins every time. Right. So, funnel number 9 mentions that لما روي أن أهل الجنة كلما أرادوا القرب من نسائهم وجدوهن أبكارا. So it's a shaghal that لا شغل يتعبون فيه. There's no شغل or uh, anything to do in Jannah that would cause a person to become tired, because Jannah does not have any such thing. لا نصب فيها. Mhm.
Um, so فاكهون is the second khabar of inna, and the first is في شغل. Hum is the mubtada. They and their spouses will be in shade. Dhilal is the plural of dhilla or dhil, and that is the khabar, meaning they will not be like bothered by the sun.
The sun will not
Re-
reach them. لا
rec-
تمسه.
reclining on canopied couches. Ara'ik is the plural of arika, and that is the like it's referring to the beds.
Mhm.
في الحجلة
In like canopies.
متكئون reclining, and that is the second khabar connected to ala. They will have fruits and whatever they desire in it, and peace will be their greeting from the merciful Lord. So salam is the mubtada,
Mhm.
قولا,
Mhm.
by saying, and its khabar is min Rabbir Rahim, meaning he will say to them, peace be upon you, and he will say, oh, Muntazili,
Okay.
and he will say to the disbelievers,
Let's take a short break. 10 minutes. Not another hour. So we can definitely finish 3 more pages after break, inshallah. I'll read and also Yasin. Okay. Let's continue. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay. Ayah 59. وامتازوا اليوم أيها المجرمون.
And he will say, step away from the believers this day, O wicked ones, meaning separate from the believers when they will be together.
Yeah, so when they are basically with everyone.
Did I not command you, O children of Adam, through like the tongues of my messengers? Do not follow Shaitan, do not obey him, for he is truly your sworn enemy, a clear enemy. But to worship me, declare my oneness, and obey me. This is the straight path, yet he already misled great multitudes of you, meaning creation. Jibillan is the plural of Jabil, read like Qadim, and in a qira'ah, Jibullan, بضم الباء.
Well, it's going to be Jubulan, Jubullan, and Jubulan. Right. So بكسرتين is جبلا وتشديد اللام. Right. And then وفي قراءة بضم الباء. So جبلا. So Jubulan, Jubulan, and Jubulan. So footnote number 4 has the rest of it. Mukhaffafatul lam, which is Jubulan, and وشددها يعقوب جبلا, and وقرأ أبو عمرو بن عامر بضم الجيم وسكون الباء جبلا. So 4 ways.
Did you not have any sense of his animosity and misguidance? Or what حل بهم من العذاب, or what came to them of punishment, and then believe? And it will be said to them in the hereafter, this is the hellfire you were warned of. Burn in it today for your disbelief. On this day we will seal their mouths, meaning the disbelievers, because of their statement, by Allah, our Lord, we were not polytheists. We will seal their mouths, their hands will speak to us, and their feet will testify. وغيرها, and so the other parts of the body will also testify to what they used to commit. So every every part of the body will speak about what came out of it. وَلَوْ نَشَاء, had we willed, we could have easily blinded their eyes, so they would struggle to find their way. Find the path walking like usual. How then could they see at that time? Meaning they will not be able to see. And had we willed, we could have transfigured them to monkeys and pigs or rocks on the spot. And in Qira'ah, makanatihim, plural of makana, meaning place, meaning in their like in their places, so they could neither progress forward nor turn back, meaning they will not be able to go or come back. ومن نعمره بإطالة أجله ننكسه، وفي قراءة بالتشديد من التنكيس في الخلق أي خلقه، فيكون بعد قوته وشبابه ضعيفا وهرما. أفلا يعقلون أن القادر على ذلك المعلوم عندهم قادر على البعث فيؤمنون. وفي قراءة بالتاء وما علمناه أي النبي الشعر رد لقولهم إنما أتى به من القرآن شعر وما ينبغي يتسهل له الشعر إن هو ليس الذي أتى به إلا ذكر عظة وقرآن مبين مظهر للأحكام وغيرها، لتنذر بالياء والتاء به من كان حيا يعقل ما يخاطب به وهم المؤمنون، ويحق القول بالعذاب على الكافرين وهم كالميتين لا يعقلون ما يخاطبون به. So, ومن نعمره, and whoever we grant a long life by making their time long, we reverse them in development. And in a qira'ah, so here it's nunkishu, and in a qira'ah it's nunakkishu from 10.
So with tajdeed is nunakkishu, and the other is nankushu. Nankushu and nunakkishu. And nakasa yunakkisu is from tankis.
في الخلق in development, meaning his creation. So he will become after his strength and his youth, weak and old.
Khalq is also just like physical form.
Oh, okay. Yeah. أفلا يعقلون, will they not then understand that the one capable of that is someone that is known to them, is capable of resurrection, and then believe. And in a qira'ah it's ta'qilun. We have not taught him, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, poetry. This is a response to their statement. What he came with of Quran is poetry, nor is it fitting for him, and easy for him. In huwa, this book that he came with is only a reminder and a clear Quran, explaining the rules, and other than that, to warn whoever is truly alive. So tunziru or yunziru, whoever is truly alive that understands what they are being addressed with, and they are the believers, and fulfill the decree of torment, of punishment against the disbelievers, and they are like the dead. They do not comprehend, they do not understand what they are being addressed with. أولم يروا يعلموا، والاستفهام للتقرير والواو الداخل عليها للعطف أنا خلقنا لهم في جملة الناس مما عملت أيدينا عملناها بلا شريك ولا معين. أنعاما هي الإبل والبقر والغنم فهم لها مالكون ضابطون وذللناها سخرناها لهم فمنها ركوبهم مركوبهم ومنها يأكلون ولهم فيها منافع كأصوافها وأوبارها وأشعارها ومشارب من لبنها جمع مشرب بمعنى شرب أو موضعه. أفلا يشكرون المنعم عليهم بها فيؤمنون أي ما فعلوا ذلك واتخذوا من دون الله أي غيره آلهة أصناما يعبدونها لعلهم ينصرون يمنعون من عذاب الله بشفاعة آلهتهم بزعمهم لا يستطيعون أي آلهتهم نزلوا منزلة العقلاء نصرهم وهم أي آلهتهم من الأصنام لهم جند بزعمهم نصرهم محضرون في النار معهم. Do they not see, um, do they not see, do they not know? And the question is to affirm, and the wow that enters upon it is for out that we single-handedly created for them, for all of people, among other مما عملت أيدينا. Oh, among the things made by our hands, meaning what we made without a partner or a helper. An'aman is referring to the camels and cows and sheep, among other things, cattle, which are under their control. And we have subjected these animals to them so they may ride some, use them as riding animals and eat others, and they derive from them other benefits from their wool and awbar. Not sure what awbar is.
Well, I mean, the translation is fur.
Okay.
So, suf is wool, awbar is fur, ash'ar is hair.
ومشارب and drinks from its milk. Masharib is the plural of mashrab, meaning drink or the place of drinking. أفلا يشكرون, will they not then give, will they not be grateful to the one that blessed them with this and believe, meaning they did not do that? Still, they have taken other gods besides Allah, idols that they worship, hoping to be helped by them and prevent punishment from them through the intercession of their gods, through their claim. They cannot help the pagans.
Mhm.
لا يستطيعون, so the idols cannot help them. And they were made like shown as sentient beings.
Mhm.
Nasrahum, they cannot help the pagans. Wahum, and even though they أي آلهتهم من الأصنام, even though um, meaning the idols serve, even though they save their idols as dedicated guards. Sorry, I'm confused. لا يستطيعون.
So لا يستطيعون, meaning their idols, and they are being treated as um, uh, sentient, right? They are not capable of helping them. And they, meaning their gods from the idols, لهم جند محضرون, for them is an army, right? Even though, so this waw is waw haliya. They cannot help them, rather they, meaning the idols, are like an army brought forth for protecting them. Okay. I think Khattab's translation is more clear. They cannot help the pagans, even though they serve the idols as dedicated guards. Even though, wahum, even though the supporters are like an army, bizamihim, in their belief of those idols, nasrahum, of their help. Their supporters are like an army for those idols, bizamihim, because of their belief regarding the idols, but la yastati'una nasrahum. Right? The idols are not capable of helping them.
فلا يحزنك قولهم لك لست مرسلا وغير ذلك إنا نعلم ما يسرون وما يعلنون من ذلك وغيره فنجازيهم عليه أولم يرى الإنسان يعلم وهو العاص بن وائل أنا خلقناه من نطفة مني إلى أن صيرناه شديدا قويا فإذا هو خصيم شديد الخصومة لنا مبين بينها في نفي البعث وضرب لنا مثلا في ذلك ونسي خلقه من المني وهو أغرب من مثله قال من يحيي العظام وهي رميم أي بالية ولم يقل بالتاء لأنه اسم لا صفة روي أنه أخذ عظما رميما ففتته وقال للنبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أترى يحيي الله هذا بعدما بلي ورمى فقال صلى الله عليه وسلم نعم ويدخلك النار قل يحييها الذي أنشأها أول مرة وهو بكل خلق مخلوق عليم مجملا ومفصلا قبل خلقه وبعد خلقه الذي جعل لكم في جملة الناس من الشجر الأخضر المرخ والعفار أو كل شجر إلا العناب نارا فإذا أنتم منه توقدون تقتحون وهذا دال على القدرة على البعث فإنه جمع فيه بين الماء والنار والخشب فلا الماء يطفئ النار ولا النار تحرق الخشب أوليس الذي خلق السماوات والأرض مع عظمها بقادر على أن يخلق مثلهم أي الأناسي في الصغر بلى أي هو قادر على ذلك أجاب نفسه وهو الخلاق الكثير الخلق العليم بكل شيء إنما أمره شأنه إذا أراد شيئا أي خلق شيء أن يقول له كن فيكون أي فهو يكون وفي قراءة بالنصب عطفا على يقول فسبحان الذي بيده ملكوت ملك زيدت الواو والتاء للمبالغة أي القدرة على كل شيء وإليه ترجعون تردون في الآخرة. So do not let their words grieve you, their statement to you, you are not sent as a messenger, and other than that, we fully know what they conceal and what they reveal in regards to that, and other than that, and we will reward them for recompense them for it. Do people not see that we have created them from a sperm drop? And this is referring to Al-As bin Wa'il, until we made him strong. Then behold, they openly challenge us. So he disputes openly regarding disputes openly in نفي البعث.
In rejecting resurrection. Right, so both footnote number 8 and, well, there are two footnote 8s. Right, so the first one gives an incident where As bin Wa'il comes to the Prophet ﷺ with an old bone which was disintegrating, and he crushed it, and he said, "Oh Muhammad, is Allah going to resurrect this after it has been destroyed?" And the Prophet said, "Yes, he will resurrect this, and he will give you death, and he will give you life, and then he will enter you into the fire of Jahannam." And this ayah was revealed. Another narration says it was revealed regarding Abu Jahl, and another one from Mujahid Qatada, they say it was Ubay bin Khalaf. So majority do say As bin Wa'il, which is what Imam Mahalli also prefers. Yeah.
And they argue with us, forgetting they were created, saying, "Who will give life to decayed bones?" Say, O Prophet, they will be revived by the one who produced them the first time, for he has perfect knowledge of every created being, mujmalan, like fully and individually, before its creation and after its creation. He is the one who gives you الذي جعل لكم. He is the one who gives all people fire from green trees, المرخ والعفاري.
So, I mean, markh and afar are just types of trees that are found in the region, right? They have basically a lot of moisture. So kind of like some use this ayah to mean like biofuel, where oils taken from trees can be used for fire. But
so every tree except
the jujube tree.
Oh, okay. Who gives you fire from green trees, and behold, you kindle fire from it. And this is indicate وهذا دال على القدرة. And this is an indication of his ability of resurrection, because he combines between water and fire and wood. So the water does not extinguish the fire, and the fire does not burn the wood. Can the one who created the heavens and the earth with its greatness not easily resurrect these deniers? بقادر على أن يخلق مثلهم, meaning people in their childhood. Yes, meaning he is capable of that, and he responded to himself, for he is the master creator, the one who creates a lot, all-knowing of everything. All it takes when he wills something, meaning to create something, is simply to say to it be, and it is. And in a qira'ah بالنصب, so kun fayakuna عطف upon يقول. فسبحانه, so glory be to the one in whose hands is the authority of all things, meaning the sovereignty, and the waw and the ta was added for like emphasis or exaggeration, meaning he is capable of everything, and to him you will all be returned in the hereafter.
So footnote number 7 basically mentions the fact that Allah saying kun fayakun is to show sur'ah, is to show instantaneousness, like how it could happen spontaneously, right? However, Allah does not need to say kun exactly or literally say kun in order for something to come into being, right? So this is more for our, conception. This is more for us to understand, right? Okay. Okay. Let's see, maybe we'll stop here. Start from Safat tomorrow. Inshallah. Maybe can do a page or two of that in my head. Tomorrow, majority of it will be Hidayat al-Mahdi, inshallah. So we'll start Surah Safat, maybe do a page or two. So we finished the chapter of Ghayr al-Munsarif. which is the end of the muqaddimah. Which is the end of the muqaddimah. So there was a muqaddimah of the book, and then we started the chapter of Asma, which had a muqaddimah, and that had 4 fusul, and Munsarif Ghayr Munsarif was Al-Faslu Rabi'. It was the 4th fasl, okay? That started on page 39, and from page 58 onward is Marfu'at, first body chapter of Asma, and then it will be Mansubat, and then Majrurat, and then after that, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's going to be either a Khatima or it jumps into the second type of Asma, which is Mabni. Okay. So this is page 58. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. المقصد الأول في المرفوعات الأسماء المرفوعة 8 أقسام: الفاعل ومفعول ما لم يسمى فاعله، والمبتدا والخبر وخبر إن وأخواتها، واسم كان وأخواتها، واسم ما ولا المشبهتين بليس. So the ism of ma and la that resembles laysa, and the khabar of la that comes to negate a genus, right? A jins. And obviously, the opposite of some of these come up in the Mansubat chapter, and the Mansubat chapter has a few more. So that's 12 total versus 8 in the Marfu'an. Majority of what we're going to cover are stuff from Tuhfa. There's going to be some extra details that are interesting to know, and it'll come up in the file section and the maf'ul section, right? So تفصيل الفاعل. The first مرفوعات is فاعل. فصل الفاعل وهو كل اسم قبله فعل أو صفة أسند إليه على معنى أنه قام به لا وقع عليه. That's the definition of فاعل, which is it is every noun before which is a fi'l or a sifa, which is connected to it. So it is connected to it in a way أنه قام عليه, that shows the ism that is connected to that fi'l or sifa, قام به. The connection of this ism to the fi'l before it or the sifa before it gives us the meaning قام به, that the action took place by it. So the ism did the action. أنه قام به لا وقع عليه. It does not show that the action was done upon it. Basically, the fa'il does the action, it doesn't receive the action. Make sense? المثال للفاعل, the example of fa'il is قام زيد وزيد ضارب أبوه عمرا. That's the example of an ism being connected to a sifa. An ism being connected to a sifa. Zaydun ضارب أبوه عمرا. And ما ضرب زيد عمرا. ما ضرب زيد عمرا. So this example, Zaydun ضارب أبوه عمرا, the fa'il is, the sifa is the ism fa'il, which is ضارب. Okay, sifa is the ism fa'il, which is ضارب, and the fa'il is the word after it. The fa'il is the word after it, which is abuhu. So the reason why they're saying that is because the ism comes, the ism fa'il, the fa'il comes after the fi'l or it comes after the sifa. Does that make sense? So how would you translate Zaydun daribun abuhu amrun?
Zayd hit his father, Amr.
So abuhu is being described as the fa'il. So Zayd's father hit Amr. Daribun abuhu. Abuhu, the hu dhamir of Abu is referring to Zayd, correct?
Yeah.
And it is with a waw, meaning it's in halatul rafa. So we would say that's the fa'il. Amran,
Okay.
Amran is mansub, so that makes it the maf'ul. So Abuhu, Zayd, his father hit Amr, basically.
Okay.
Daribun Abuhu, the hitter, which is Zayd's father, he hit Amr. It's a little bit, difficult because it's not immediately clear, but because if you were to say Zaydun daribun, if you were to put Zayd as the fa'il, what function does Abuhu serve? Zayd hit his father Amr, but then Abuhu would be the maf'ul,
Yeah.
right? It would be the maf'ul, but it's not in the state of nasab. Okay. So al-ahkamu lil-fa'il, the rules for fa'il. وَكُلُّ فِعْلٍ لَا بُدَّ لَهُ مِنْ فَاعِلٍ مَرْفُوعٍ. Every fi'l, it is necessary for it to have a fa'il, which is marfu' in the state of rafa', and which is mudhir, which is in word, clear in wording that comes after it, like ذهب زيد. Zaydun is the fa'il which is in the state of rafa' and it is mudhir. أو مضمر بارز. The fa'il could also be a dhamir bariz. Dhamir bariz. In other words, it is in the form of a pronoun which can be seen or its effect can be seen. So what does it mean by a dhamir that can be seen? So darabtu, for example, has the dhamir ana. And we know it has the dhamir ana because of the ta with the dhamma, darabtu. So the form of the fi'l tells us there is a dhamir acting as the fa'il. And we can see the effect of that fa'il dhamir on the maf'ul after it. Zaydan is mansub because of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
أو مستتر, or the fa'il can be in a way where it is hidden. In other words, the dhamir is hidden and the effect can't be seen. So ذهب زيد, which is the original order, would be fa'il marfu' mudhir. Zaydun ذهب would be mustatir because Zaydun is the fa'il and we can tell it's the fa'il because it's in halatul rafa'. But the word ذهب acting as the fi'il um, or causing Zaydun to be marfu' is not immediate because the dhamir is not visible. It's hidden. The effect of it is hidden. So if you look at the table on page 61, the number 3, the example, in this example, the pronoun huwa, which is not indicated, is the fa'il. So the direct fa'il is not Zaydun, but rather the dhamir that comes mustatir. Zaydun dhahaba huwa. This is how you would explain the fa'il coming before the fa'il. Because the definition said, kullu ismin ma qablahu fi'lu. Every ism before which there is a fi'l or there is a sifa to which it is connected. But Zaydun dhahaba clearly shows us the ism coming before the fi'l itself. How does that work? So this is taken as dhamir mustatir, that the dhamir that comes after the word dhahaba, the dhamir huwa, is acting as the fa'il. So Zaydun dhahaba is basically mubtada, dhahaba huwa is fa'il, fa'il, jumla fi'liya becomes a khabar. Does that make sense? Like that's how you would actually make sense of the example, because when you say Zaydun, then the sentence order doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So three types.
Sorry. So Zaydun dhahaba huwa, so the huwa would be the maf'ul?
It will be the,
or is it just implied?
No, it will be the fa'il, right? So
okay.
if you look at the explanation on the table on page 61, the pronoun is hidden within the verb dhahaba, may be assumed as Zaydun dhahaba huwa if expressed. So you had to do tarkib of the sentence. Zaydun would be mubtada, dhahaba would be fi'l, huwa would be fa'il. Dhahaba huwa jumla fi'liya would become khabar.
Oh, okay.
Now the difference between Zaydun dhahaba and darabtu Zaydan is the fact that you can see the effect of the fi'l on the fa'il.
Yeah.
Darabtu Zaydan, the darabtu, the ta with a dhamma tells us that we are referring to the dhamir ana within the fi'l, and Zaydan having the effect of nasab shows us it's the maf'ul. Right?
Yeah.
So وإن كان الفعل متعديا كان له مفعول به أيضا. Now, if the fi'l is muta'addi, so fi'l lazim doesn't require a maf'ul. If it's fi'l muta'addi, then it requires a maf'ul. Then if the fi'l, which is what the fa'il is connected to, if the fi'l is a fi'l muta'addi, then a maf'ul lahu would also be present in the sentence. Example, daraba Zaydun Amran. Now, the fa'il itself can come in different forms. This is where the chapter of fa'il, or this is where the topic of fa'il gets into details, because there are many forms of the fa'il. What we looked at so far, the 3 forms of fa'il, is basically, with relation to the fi'l. Either the fa'il comes right after the fi'l, or the fa'il comes in the form of a dhamir, which is apparent. Darabtu, dhamir is apparent in the form. Or Zaydun dhahaba, the dhamir is acting as the fa'il, but the dhamir is hidden, and the effect is not seen. So that's 3 types of fa'il. Now, that tells us that the dhamir can come as the fa'il can come as a dhamir, or it could come as a separate clear word. وَإِن كَانَ الْفَاعِلُ مُظْهِرًا. if your fa'il is a clear word that comes after the fi'l. If your fa'il is a clear word that comes after the fi'l, وُحِدَ لِلْفِعْلِ أَبَدًا. Your fi'l will always be in the wahid form. It will always be in the singular form, no matter the number of the fa'il changing. So for example, ضَرَبَ زَيْدٌ, ضَرَبَ الزَّيْدَانِ, ضَرَبَ الزَّيْدُونَ. This is the reason why we say جَاءَ مُسْلِمُونَ. Does that make sense? We say جَاءَ مُسْلِمُونَ because Muslimuna is a fa'il mubhir. It is an apparent fa'il that's coming after the fi'l. And this allows us to bring the fi'l as always the singular form. Ja'a muslimuna. Okay? Now, وَإِن كَانَ مُضْمِرًا. If your fa'il happens to be a dhamir, if your fa'il happens to be a dhamir, which is going to be the third one, that your fa'il comes first and then the fi'il comes. So muslimun ja'a. What if you have muslimani? Then the fa'il, because it is tathniya, the fi'il is going to reflect that. Okay? And if it is jama', the fi'il is going to reflect that. وَإِن كَانَ مُضْمِرًا وُحِدَ لِلْوَاحِدِ. If your fa'il happens to be mudmir, then it will be singular for the singular. Example, Zaydun daraba. وَثُنِّيَ لِلْمُثَنَّى. It will be tatniya for the tatniya, as-Zaydani daraba. وَجُمِعَ لِلْجَمِعِ. And it will be jama' for the jama'. Example, as-Zayduna darabu. Make sense?
Yeah.
So when it is in the usual fi'al fa'il, it will always be wahid. When it comes as fa'il and then fi'al, because the fa'il is going to be the dhamir, right? The fa'il is going to be the hidden dhamir. The fi'al has to reflect the same number. Because what you're essentially saying is Zaydun daraba huwa. Az-Zaydani darabahuma. Az-Zayduna darabuhum. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If you were to express the hidden dhamir. So the hidden dhamir is going to be, corresponding to the number of the fa'il. But that's if it's flipped around. Okay, so that's in terms of number. So just keep in mind how the topic is discussing things. We have fa'il. Fa'il can come as a clear word or it could come as a dhamir. If it comes as mudhir, then always singular fi'il. If it comes as mudmir, then it will always correspond in number. This entirety is about the fa'il and the fi'il in terms of number. Well, what about gender? وَإِن كَانَ الْفَاعِلُ مُؤَنَّثًا حَقِيقِيًّا. Now, if the fa'il happens to be mu'annath haqiqi. So the fact that we're starting with mu'annath haqiqi tells us that when the fa'il is mudhakkar, the fi'il will also be mudhakkar, which is the default. Ja'a, daraba, nasara, fa'ala, sami'a. The first word of your chart is singular and it is masculine. Now, it can be used for feminine words sometimes, and sometimes it cannot be used. So that's what is being explained. وَإِن كَانَ الْفَاعِلُ مُؤَنَّثًا حَقِيقِيًّا. Now, what is mu'annath haqiqi? This came up in Tuhfa. It's mentioned in footnote 155. Mu'annath haqiqi is a feminine word that has a masculine counterpart. Okay? Masculine counterpart. Basically, any word that can have a masculine counterpart is considered mu'annath haqiqi. So, وَإِن كَانَ الْفَاعِلُ مُؤَنَّثًا حَقِيقِيًّا. If the fa'il is a mu'annath haqiqi, okay? وَهُوَ مَا بِإِزَالِهِ ذَكَرٌ مِنَ الْحَيَوَانِ. And it is that which has a masculine form, of the حيوان, basically of its category. أُنِّثَ الْفِعْلُ أَبَدًا. The fi'l will always be mu'annath because it will be corresponding to the mu'annath haqiqi of the fa'il. Now, this will only happen إِن لَمْ تَفْصِلْ بَيْنَ الْفِعْلِ وَالْفَاعِلِ, if there is no separation between the fi'l and fa'il. And all of this is to say that in our regular usage of fi'l fa'il, there will be correspondence in the dhamir. Qamat Hindu, right? There will be correspondence between the fi'l and fa'il in terms of gender. Qamat Hindu. But this is only if two conditions are there. Number one, the fa'il has to be mu'annath haqiqi, and there can be no separation between the fi'l and the fa'il. What happens if you do have a separation? وَإِن فَصَلْتَ, if you separate between the fi'l and the fa'il, فَلَكَ الْخِيَارُ فِي التَّذْكِيرِ وَالتَّأْنِيثِ, then you have a choice in the mudhakkar or mu'annath of the verb. So you could say ضَرَبَ الْيَوْمَ هِنْدٌ. Hind hit today. Now, al-yawma is separating the fi'l and the fa'il, which allows us to either say ضَرَبَ الْيَوْمَ هِنْدٌ, or وَإِن شِئْتَ قُلْتَ ضَرَبَتِ الْيَوْمَ هِنْدٌ. And you have a choice because of the fasila between it. Now, you also have a choice between mudhakkar and muannath of the verb when the fa'il is muannath ghayr haqiqi. Muannath ghayr haqiqi simply means a feminine word that doesn't have a male counterpart in the language. So for example, طلعت الشمس. طلعت الشمس. Okay? And if you want, you could also say طلع الشمس. Even though shams is muannath, you could say طلع الشمس. You can't say قام هند. You can't say قام هند because Hindun is muannath haqiqi and there's no fasila. There's no separation between the fi'l and the fa'il. But you can say طلع الشمس because shams is muannath ghayr haqiqi, and that gives you a choice. But keep in mind that when the fa'il and the fi'l are flipped and ash-shamsu comes first, even though it's mu'annath ghayr haqiqi, the fi'l will be mu'annath, will always be mu'annath. So say for example, إِذَا الشَّمْسُ كُوِّرَتْ, right? إِذَا الشَّمْسُ كُوِّرَتْ is that because, and both Surah Takwir and Surah Infitar are like this in the beginning, right? All of them are using the mu'annath fa'il, mu'annath fi'il. إذا الشمس كورت وإذا النجوم انكدرت وإذا الجبال سيرت وإذا العشار رتلت وإذا الوحوش حشرت وإذا البحار سجرت وإذا النفوس زوجت إذا السماء انفطرت وإذا الكواكب انتثرت وإذا البحار فجرت وإذا القبور بعثرت. Each one of those ayat are ending in the mu'annath fi'l because what comes before it is mu'annath and it is coming before the fi'l. Does that make sense? Right. So this of correspondence between the fi'l and the fa'il in terms of gender, هذا إذا كان الفعل مسندا إلى المظهر. This is when the fi'l is connected to a mudhir fa'il. Does this make sense? All of this will be when the fi'l is connected to a mudhir fa'il. Okay. So there's some details in the table on page 64. So if your fa'il, which is number one, if your fa'il is muannath haqiqi and there's a fasil between the fi'l and the fa'il, then you have a choice of saying ضربت اليوم مريم or ضرب اليوم مريم. We did this example. Number two, if your fa'il is muannath غير حقيقي, muannath غير حقيقي, then your fa'il could have either a masculine or feminine verb. طلعت الشمس or طلع الشمس. So even though there's no fasila in between the two words in the second category, because it's muannath غير حقيقي, you have that choice. The last one, you also have a choice when you have jama' taksir. You have a choice when there's jama' taksir. So قامت الرجال versus قام الرجال. Okay. Now, إن كان مسندا إلى المضمر. If your fa'il is connected to a mudmir, sorry, if your fa'il is connected to a mudmir, unnitha abada, it will always be mu'annath. Example, ash-shamsu tala'at. Ash-shamsu tala'at. Okay, so look at the examples, look at the table on page 65. Number one, your fa'il is muannath haqiqi and there's a separation between it and the fi'il. So in that case, you could only use muannath. You have to say Maryamu al-yawma darabat. You cannot say Maryamu al-yawma darabat. Same way, when the fa'il is muannath ghayr haqiqi and it comes first and the fi'il comes second, it always has to be muannath. You always have to say ash-shamsu tala'at. You cannot say ash-shamsu tala'at. But when you have jama' taksir, you still have both options. You could say ar-rijalu qamat or ar-rijalu qamu. Okay. So in kana musnidan ila al-mudmir, if it is musnad to a mudmir fa'il, then the fi'al unnitha abada will always be mu'annath. Example, ash-shamsu tala'at. وجمع التكسير كالمؤنث غير حقيقي. The جمع تكثير, جمع تكسير, when it comes first or second, it's like the مؤنث غير حقيقي on the previous page, whereby you had the choice between both the مؤنث or the مذكر فعل. تقول, so you would be able to say قام الرجال. وإن شئت قلت, and if you want to say قامت الرجال, you can. والرجال قامت, or you could say الرجال قامت, or you could also say يجوز فيه الرجال قاموا. Okay. So the next section is going to talk about the order of the fi'l, fa'il, maf'ul, right? And some other stuff that are very interesting to know, stuff that we haven't covered in Tuhfa, but not complicated, inshallah. All right. As I told you guys, we're going to just go through the text itself and some of the footnotes. So when you do review, try to read through the footnotes, take your time so that you can get some additional information, right? Stop here. Jazakallah, subhanallah, wa bihamdihi, subhanallah, wa bihamdihi, ashhadu an la ilaha illa Allah, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. أما بعد، فيا أيها الطلبة الكرام، قد وصلنا إلى باب الوضوء بالنبيذ. Chapter on making wudu with an-nabidh. An-nabidh, it refers to this like date-infused water. Right? An-nabidh was a beverage that was commonly drunk during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and even into the modern era, where you would place dates or other types of fruit inside of water, and you would allow those dates to stay overnight, and then the flavor of those dates would be infused with the water. And then sometimes if you left it too long, it would ferment and become an alcoholic and intoxicating beverage. So in this chapter, he's going to highlight that this mas'ala, that هل يجوز الوضوء بالنبيذ? Is it permissible to make wudu with water that has been infused with dates? ابدأية زينب، بسم الله.
بسم الله. وبالسند المتصل منا إلى الإمام الهمام الحجة أبي عيسى محمد بن عيسى الترمذي رحمه الله تعالى قال: باب الوضوء بالنبيذ. وبه قال: حدثنا هناد قال حدثنا شريك عن أبي فزارة عن أبي زيد عن عبد الله بن مسعود رضي الله عنه قال: سألني النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم: ما في إداوتك؟ فقلت: نبيذ. فقال: تمرة طيبة وماء طهور. قال: فتوضأ منه. قال أبو عيسى: وإنما روي هذا الحديث عن أبي زيد عن عبد الله رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم، وأبو زيد رجل مجهول عند أهل الحديث لا نعرف له رواية غير هذا الحديث. وقد رأى بعض أهل العلم الوضوء بالنبيذ منهم سفيان وغيره، وقال بعض أهل العلم لا يتوضأ بالنبيذ، وهو قول الشافعي وأحمد وإسحاق. وقال إسحاق: إن ابتلي رجل بهذا فتوضأ بالنبيذ ويتيمم أحب إلي. قال أبو عيسى: وقول من يقول لا يتوضأ بالنبيذ أقرب إلى الكتاب وأشبه، لأن الله تعالى قال: فلم تجدوا ماء فتيمموا صعيدا طيبا.
So when discussing this particular mas'ala, the fuqaha and the commentators mention that there are three types of nabith. There are three types of nabith. The first is غير مطبوخ, غير مسكر, غير متغير, غير حل, and رقيق. That غير مطبوخ, it has not been cooked, it has not fermented, it's not intoxicating, it hasn't changed, and the water is still thin and flowing. Everyone across the board unanimously agrees that this water can be used for wudu and ghusl because it has not yet changed. Right? This is an example of having a container or body of water and something pure is being mixed into it and the water is still dominant. It's still called water because it has not changed, it has not become sweet, it has not become fermented, etc. So everyone across the board agrees that this type of nabith, right, can be used for wudu. The second type is that it's matbukh, right? It's been kind of boiled, it's been cooked, it's become muskit, it's fermented and become intoxicating, and it's gharib, it's become a little bit thick. Everyone across the board says this cannot be used because it is no longer water. It's no longer al-ma'ul mutlaq. It has now changed. It's no longer water. It is now actually nabith. The ikhtilaf is when the nabith is hulwan, the water has become sweet. It's still raqiq, it's still thin and easy flowing. It's ghair muskir. It has not yet fermented. It has not become intoxicating as of yet. So this would be like water that's become sweet, that the dates were put in the water, maybe they were there overnight, they were there for a few hours, and kind of the flavor of the dates has infused into the water. So this is the type of nabith where there's ikhtilaf, that the fuqaha say can it be used for wudu or not.
according to Al-Jumhur. According to Al-Jumhur, the Malikis, the Shafi'is, the Hanbalis, even Abu Yusuf, even a riwayah from Abu Hanifa, is that it is not permissible to use for wudu. That even this type of nabith cannot be used for wudu. If there is no other liquid, if there's no other water available, then you have to do at-tayammum. Right, that is the position of Al-Jumhur, including Abu Yusuf, rahimahullah, and it's also a riwayah. It's also a narration from Imam Abu Hanifa. The second opinion that's mentioned is the opinion of Imam Abu Hanifa and Sufyan al-Thawri, that you will do wudu and doing tayammum is impermissible. That if there's no other water available but this type of nabith, then you will use it to perform wudu. Imam Muhammad and another riwayah of Imam Abu Hanifa is that you do both. First you do wudu and then you do tayammum to err on the side of caution. Ishaq ibn Rahaway, he says you do wudu and then doing tayammum after is mustahab as a form of caution. And it says the actual fatwa is the first one, that it cannot be used for wudu. If this is the only liquid available, if this is the only type of like quote unquote water that's available, then you should do at-tayammum. And this particular hadith in the chapter, it can't be used as an argument, it can't be used as evidence, as proof, because the hadith is classified as being da'if. So the hadith itself is from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiyallahu anhu said, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam asked me, Ma fi idawatik, what is in your leather skin? Right? Idawa here is referring to a water skin, or a container that's made out of leather that you would put water and beverages in. فَقُلْتُ نَبِيذٌ, I said it's nabith. Right? فَقَالْ تَمْرَةٌ طَيِّبَةٌ, the Prophet alayhi salatu said, pure wholesome dates, وَمَاءٌ طَهُورٌ, and water that is both pure and purifying. قال فَتَوَضَّأَ مِنْ, then the Prophet alayhi salatu salam performed wudu with it. Assuming that the hadith is authentic, right? Hypothetically, if the hadith were authentic, then we would interpret this to be the first type of nabith that everyone agrees can be used for wudu, which is that it has not become sweet yet, it hasn't changed at all, it's not intoxicating, it hasn't fermented, etc. Right, etc. قال أبو عيسى, Imam al-Tirmidhi comments, وإنما روي هذا الحديث عن أبي زيد عن عبد الله رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وأبو زيد رجل مجهول عند أهل الحديث. But this Rawi, this narrator Abu Zayd, he is an unknown person according to the scholars of hadith. And because he's unknown, we don't know if he has adala or not. We don't know if he has dabt or not. And that's one of the factors that causes a hadith to become weak, is jahalatul rawi, that the narrator being unknown. لا نعرف له رواية غير هذا الحديث. We do not know of a narration from him except for this one particular hadith. وقد رأى, then now he's mentioning the madahib. Now he's going to mention the various madahib with respect to this particular issue. So he says, وقد رأى بعض أهل العلم الوضوء بالنبيذ منهم سفيان وغيره. There were some scholars who were of the opinion that you can do wudu with nabith, such as Sufyan, yani al-Thawri, and others. وقال بعض أهل العلم, but other scholars said, لا يتوضأ بالنبيذ, that you should not make wudu with nabith. وهو قول الشافعي وأحمد وإسحاق. وقال إسحاق إن ابتلي رجل بهذا. If a man is afflicted with this, meaning there's no other water available, the only water available is nabith, فَتَوَضَّأَ بِالنَّبِيذ, and then he makes wudu with it, وَيَتَيَمَّمُ أَحَبُّ إِلَيْهِ, that for him to make wudu and do tayammum is more preferred to me, meaning he should do both. Right? He should do wudu and tayammum. قال أبو عيسى وقول من يقول. Right, now Imam Tirmidhi rahimahullah, he's highlighting his own fiqhi preference. Right? He is highlighting the position he feels is the strongest. He says, وَقَوْلُ مَنْ يَقُولُ لَا يُتَوَضَّأُ بِالنَّبِيذ, and the opinion of those who say that wudu cannot be made with nabith, أَقْرَبُ إِلَى الْكِتَابِ, is closer to the Quran, وَأَشْبَهُ, and more appropriate. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَلَمْ تَجِدُوا مَاءً فَتَيَمَّمُوا صَعِيدًا طَيِّبًا, that then they don't find water, So then they should do tayammum using pure dirt or pure soil. واضح؟
Yes.
باب المضمضة من اللبن. Chapter regarding rinsing your mouth after drinking milk.
به قال حدثنا قتيبة قال حدثنا الليث عن عقيل عن زهري عن عبيد الله عن ابن عباس رضي الله عنهما أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم شرب لبنا فدعا بماء فمضمض وقال إن له دسما. وفي الباب عن سهل بن سعد وأم سلمة رضي الله عنهما قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح. وقد رأى بعض أهل العلم المضمضة من اللبن وهذا عندنا على الاستحباب ولم ير بعضهم المضمضة من اللبن.
Now from Ibn Abbas radiyallahu anhuma, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam drank some milk, then he asked for water and rinsed his mouth. And he said, Inna lahu dasaman, that milk has residue. Right? Milk has some residue. That's why he rinsed his mouth off. وفي الباب عن سهل بن سعد وأم سلمة قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح. Some scholars are of the opinion that you should rinse your mouth after drinking milk. وهذا عندنا على الاستحباب. And Imam al-Tirmidhi says that according to us, according to Ahlul Hadith, this is mustahab. It's a recommendation. It's mandub, it's encouraged. It's a sunnah ghayrul mu'akkad. It's a non-emphasized sunnah. وَلَمْ يَرَ بَعْضُهُمْ الْمَضْمَضَةَ مِنَ اللَّبَنِ. And others are of the opinion that you don't have to. And that is the position of the overwhelming majority of fuqaha. It is not required, it's not necessary to rinse your mouth after drinking milk, but it's a recommended practice because milk does leave some residue. نعم باب في كراهية رد السلام غير متوضئ. Chapter on the dislike nature of returning salam without being in a state of wudu.
وبه قال حدثنا نصر بن علي ومحمد بن بشار قال حدثنا أبو أحمد عن سفيان عن الضحاك بن عثمان عن نافع عن ابن عمر رضي الله عنهما أن رجلا سلم على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وهو يبول فلم يرد عليه. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح وإنما يكره هذا عندنا إذا كان على الغائط والبول. وقد فسر بعض أهل العلم ذلك وهذا أحسن شيء روي في هذا الباب. وفي الباب عن المهاجر بن قنفذ وعبد الله بن حنظلة وعلقمة بن الفغواء وجابر والبراء رضي الله عنه.
So from Ibn Umar radiyallahu anhuma, a man said salam to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam while he was answering the call of nature. فَلَمْ يَرُدَّ عَلَيْهِ. And the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam did not respond to him. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح. And this is disliked according to us if a person is answering the call of nature, meaning while they're answering it. وَقَدْ فَسَّرَ بَعْضُ أَهْلِ الْعِلْمِ ذَلك. And that's how some scholars have explained it. وَهَذَا أَحْسَنُ شَيْءٍ رُوِيَ فِي هَذَا الْبَابِ. And this is the best narration that has been reported regarding this topic. And regarding this topic, this hadith from Al-Muhajir ibn Qunfudin wa Abdullah ibn Hanzala wa Alqamah ibn al-Faghwa'i wa Jabir wal-Bara radiyallahu anhum ajma'in. So according to the Ahnaf and Al-Jumhur, it's makruh, it's disliked to respond to salam or to convey salam while answering the call of nature. Right? That is inappropriate. That's not something you should be doing. Now, when you're not in a state of purity, if you don't have wudu, can you respond to salam? Then yes. The overwhelming majority says yes, it's totally permissible. But there are certain riwayat from the Prophet ﷺ that someone said salam to him and he didn't respond until he did tayammum, and then he responded. And when he was asked why, he said, I dislike giving salam and I dislike mentioning the name of Allah while not being in a state of wudu. And we understand that to be the preference of the Prophet ﷺ. He wasn't doing that as an explanation of a particular ruling. Right? He did not do that as a mandatory necessary practice, just as an etiquette. That when mentioning the name of Allah, when mentioning something good, when doing dhikr, it's recommended, it's highly encouraged to be in a state of wudu, but it's not necessary, it is not required. Chapter regarding the saliva of a dog. Now, su'run, right? Su'run, literally, it refers to the water that's left in a container after drinking from it. The water that remains in the container after drinking from it is called su'run. But in the realm of fiqh, usually it's referring to saliva. Right? It's referring to the hukam of the saliva of animals. So su'run, some saliva is pure, some saliva is najis, and some saliva is makruh. When it comes to the saliva of dogs, there's ikhtilaf amongst the madhahib. The Malikis, they argue that the saliva of a dog is pure. It is tahir. Whereas al-jumhur, the Hanafis, the Shafi'is, and Hanbalis say, no, it's najis. It is impure. And then there's ikhtilaf on how to clean it. Now, the Malikis, even though they say that it's tahir, they still say if it gets on your clothes, if it gets on your body, if it gets in your place of prayer, it has to be cleansed. And it's not being cleansed because it's najis. It's being cleansed ta'abbudan. It's being cleansed as an act of worship, as an act of ibadah. The Malikis, the Shafi'is, and Hanbalis, they say that if saliva of a dog gets on your clothes or anything else, then it has to be washed 7 times. Right? It has to be washed 7 times. Imam Abu Hanifa, he says no, washing it 3 times is sufficient, and it doesn't even have to be washed 3 times. As long as you know that the saliva, the impurity has been removed, then the item or the object becomes pure. Na'am, bismillah.
وبه قال حدثنا سوار بن عبد الله العنبري قال حدثنا المعتمر بن سليمان قال سمعت أيوب عن محمد بن سيرين عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال يغسل الإناء إذا ولغ فيه الكلب 7 مرات أولاهن أو أخراهن بالتراب وإذا ولغت فيه الهرة غسل مرة. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح وهو قول الشافعي وأحمد وإسحاق وقد روي هذا الحديث من غير وجه عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم نحو هذا ولم يذكر فيه إذا ولغت فيه الهرة غسل مرة. وفي الباب عن عبد الله بن مغفل رضي الله عنه.
So this hadith here is from Abi Hurairah radiallahu anhu from the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam who said, يُغْسَلُ الْإِنَاءُ إِذَا وَلَغَ فِيهِ الْكَلْبُ 7 مرات. That the container, right, when a dog drinks from it, right, walagha, that's when the dog like uses its tongue to drink something. So when a dog drinks from a container, it should be washed 7 times. أُولَاهُنَّ أَوْ أُخْرَاهُنَّ بِالتُّرَابِ. The first washing or the last washing should be with dirt. وَإِذَا وَلَغَتْ فِيهِ الْهِرَّةِ. And when a cat drinks from a container, غُسِلَ مَرَّةً. It should be washed only once. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح وهو قول الشافعي وأحمد وإسحاق وقد روي هذا الحديث من غير وجه عن أبي هريرة. This hadith has been narrated with several chains from Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in a similar matter. وَلَمْ يُذْكَرْ فِيهِ إِذَا وَلَغَتْ فِيهِ الْهِرَّةِ غُسِلَ مَرَّةً. But those other versions don't have this addition. Right? Those other versions don't have the addition of the cat. وَفِي الْبَابِ. And regarding this topic, there's hadith from Abdullah ibn Mughaffal radiyallahu anhu. Na'am. باب ما جاء في سؤر الهرة.
وبه قال حدثنا إسحاق بن موسى الأنصاري قال حدثنا معن قال حدثنا مالك بن أنس عن إسحاق بن عبد الله بن أبي طلحة عن حميدة بنت عبيد بن رفاعة عن كبشة بنت كعب بن مالك رضي الله عنهما وكانت عند ابن أبي قتادة رضي الله عنه أن أبا قتادة دخل عليها قالت فسكبت له وضوءا قالت فجاءت هرة تشرب فأصغى لها الإناء حتى شربت قالت كبشة رضي الله عنها فرآني أنظر إليه فقال أتعجبين يا ابنة أخي فقلت نعم فقال إن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال إنها ليست بنجس إنما هي من الطوافين عليكم أو الطوافات. وفي الباب عن عائشة وأبي هريرة رضي الله عنهما قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح وهو قول أكثر العلماء من أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم والتابعين ومن بعدهم مثل الشافعي وأحمد وإسحاق لم يروا بسؤر الهرة بأسا وهذا أحسن شيء في هذا الباب. وقد جود مالك هذا الحديث عن إسحاق بن عبد الله بن أبي طلحة ولم يأت به أحد أتم من مالك.
So this chapter is highlighting the ruling of su'rul hirra, the saliva of cats. So there is ikhtilaf amongst the madahib regarding the hukm of su'rul hirra. Imam al-Awza'i, rahimahullah, argued that it's impure. Right? And Imam al-Awza'i, he was of the opinion, rahimahullah, that the saliva of cats is impure. And this was based on the fact that a cat is also a carnivore. A cat is essentially a predatory animal. And the saliva of predatory animals and other animals that you cannot consume, that you cannot eat, is considered to be najis. Imam Malik, Imam Shafi'i, Imam Ahmad, and Abu Yusuf, rahimahumullah, they were of the opinion that it's tahir. They said that saliva of cats, su'rul hirra, tahirun. Imam Abu Hanifa and Imam Muhammad, they argue that it's makruh tanzihan. Right? They argue that it's makruh tanzihan. And the rationale behind that is that rationally speaking, based off the rules of qiyas, it should be najis. It should be najis because, again, it's a predatory animal. It's an animal that you cannot consume. It's carnivorous. So rationally speaking, the saliva should be impure. But there are several ahadith of the Prophet ﷺ that highlight that it wasn't. And the reasoning for it is because it's tawafuna alaykum. It's an animal that interacts with you frequently. And if the saliva were to be declared impure, it will lead towards haraj. It will lead towards undue, unnecessary difficulty and hardship. Because the cat, interacts with you, lives in your home, and obviously its saliva is going to get on your clothes and your furniture. Sometimes it might eat from your bowl and drink from your cup or whatever. And that will lead to unnecessary, undue hardship. It will lead towards haraj. So the hadith here is from Kabsha, right? Kabshata ibnati Ka'b ibn Malik. Kabsha, the daughter of Ka'b ibn Malik radiyallahu anhuma, وكانت عند ابن أبي قتادة. She was married to the son of Abu Qatada. She was married to the son of Abu Qatada radiyallahu anhu. So she says that أن أبا قتادة, my father-in-law, دخل عليها, visited her. قالت فسكبت له وضوءا. I poured out the wudu water for him. I poured out the wudu water for him in a container. فجاءت هرة تشرب. And then a cat came to drink that water. فأصغى لها الإناء حتى شربت. And he lowered the container until the cat drank from it. قالت كبشة رضي الله عنها said, فرآني أنظر إليه. He saw me looking at him. That I gave him kind of a strange look, like, what are you doing? فقال أتعجبين يا ابنة أخي. Are you surprised by this, oh my, the daughter of my son, my niece, meaning my daughter-in-law? فقلت نعم. I said yes. فقال إن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال إنها ليست بنجس. The Prophet عليه الصلاة والسلام said the cat is not impure. إنما هي من الطوافين عليكم أو الطوافات. Because it's among those animals that interacts with you frequently. Right? Tawaf, something that does tawaf around you. Right? It's an animal that interacts with you and lives with you frequently. وفي الباب, regarding the topic, there's a hadith from Aisha and Abi Hurairah رضي الله عنهما قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح وهو قول أكثر العلماء من أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم والتابعين ومن بعدهم. And this is the opinion of the majority of scholars from the companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the tabi'een, and those that came after them, like Imam al-Shafi'i, Imam Ahmad, Imam Ishaq, لم يروا بسؤر الهرة بأسا. They saw no issue. They saw no problem with the saliva of a cat. According to them, it's طاهر. وهذا أحسن شيء في هذا الباب. And this riwayah, this hadith, is the best hadith regarding this topic. وقد جود مالك هذا الحديث. And Imam Malik has declared this hadith to be jayyid from Ishaq ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Talha, and no one has brought it in a more complete manner than Imam Malik, rahimahullah.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Or
this-
two? So you said that the Jumhur say it's fine, it's pure. The Hanafis through Qiyas say that it's makruh tanzihan. But if we have such a strong hadith saying it's fine from the Prophet ﷺ, then why is that not evident proof for the Hanafis?
That's what they take it to be. They're saying there's conflicting reports. So there's some reports that seem to suggest that it might be najis, and there's others like this that seem to suggest that it's tahir.
And the other reports are of the same authenticity?
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
What is the reason that Imam Tirmidhi does not bring it up in this bab?
Yeah, those are just generalities about predatory animals.
Oh, okay, but it's not about cats specifically. So even though it's not khas, they still consider it to be part of that category of predatory animals.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then the other, when we're talking about saliva, so even when we talk about dogs, for example, so are we saying if their saliva has touched you at all, or if well, I guess that's what it would mean, or if it's remaining on you, meaning like there are a lot of people who, for example, have cats and they probably don't know this. But if like your cat has licked you and you've never washed your hands,
Mhm.
but there's no saliva that's remaining, it's just that at some point that they licked you, it still counts as part of that makruh category.
Correct.
Okay, so you would have to wash your hands.
Not for that, not for cats. The ruling for cats of being makruh, that only applies in the context that if you have a container of water they drank from, right? And then there's another container that they didn't drink from, you should use that one to make wudu. Not the one.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, so it's not about the saliva, it's about the wudu water.
It is the saliva, because the saliva is what's causing the water to become makruh to use.
Okay, but if they lick you, you're saying that it's not applicable?
You don't have to wash. This is karaha tanzihiyya. We're
Okay.
not saying it's najis.
Yeah.
The Ahnaf are not saying that the saliva of a cat is najis. They're just saying that if a cat drinks from a container of water, then using that water becomes makruh.
But that's what I'm trying to understand. Like through qiyas, then wouldn't you apply that if they licked you as well?
Not
Like
necessarily.
why is that not why is there an exception there? Because the saliva still touched you.
You're not using any. We're not saying the saliva is makruh. We're saying
Okay.
the water they drink from is makruh to use.
Okay.
Right? The saliva itself is tahir. So if the saliva gets on your clothes, no problem. If the saliva gets on your hands, no problem. It's not required to wash it.
Okay. I mean, it's a technicality, right? Because we're still saying that the saliva is tahir, but we're saying that the water can't be used for wudu because the saliva touched it, right? Or is he saying because a cat touched it?
It can still be used. It's just makruh. It's slightly, mildly disliked.
Okay.
It's makruh tanzihan. That you can still use that water. And the only situation that karaha shows up is if you have basically one container of water that a cat has drank from and another that it hasn't. In that context, in that situation, it's makruh tanzihan to use that water.
Because you have an alternative. But if you didn't, you
If
could.
there's no other water, then no problem. You can even use that.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yep.
نعم. باب المسح على الخفين. Continue, بسم الله.
وبه قال حدثنا هناد قال حدثنا وكيع عن الأعمش عن إبراهيم عن همام بن الحارث قال بال جرير بن عبد الله رضي الله عنه ثم توضأ ومسح على خفيه فقيل له أتفعل هذا؟ قال وما يمنعني وقد رأيت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يفعله. قال وكان يعجبهم حديث جرير رضي الله عنه لأن إسلامه كان بعد نزول المائدة. وفي الباب عن عمر وعلي وحذيفة والمغيرة وبلال وسعد وأبي أيوب وسليمان وسلمان وبريدة وعمرو بن أمية وأنس وسهل بن سعد ويعلى بن مرة وعبادة بن الصامت وأسامة بن شريك وأبي أمامة وجابر وأسامة بن زيد رضي الله عنهم. قال أبو عيسى: حديث جرير رضي الله عنه حديث حسن صحيح. ويروى عن شهر بن حوشب قال: رأيت جرير بن عبد الله رضي الله عنه توضأ ومسح على خفيه فقلت له في ذلك، فقال: رأيت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم توضأ ومسح على خفيه، فقلت له: أقبل المائدة أو بعد المائدة؟ فقال: ما أسلمت إلا بعد المائدة. حدثنا بذلك قتيبة قال: حدثنا خالد بن زياد الترمذي عن مقاتل بن حيان عن شهر بن حوشب عن جرير رضي الله عنه وقال: وروى بقية عن إبراهيم بن أدهم عن مقاتل بن حيان عن شهر بن حوشب عن جرير رضي الله عنه. وهذا حديث مفسر، لأن بعض من أنكر المسح على الخفين تأول أن مسح النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم على الخفين كان قبل نزول المائدة. وذكر جرير رضي الله عنه في حديثه أنه رأى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم مسح على الخفين بعد نزول المائدة.
نعم. So باب المسح على الخفين, chapter regarding wiping over foot gear, or khuffain in particular is leather socks. Now, when we look toward the Quran, the original ruling in wudu for feet is that they're supposed to be washed. Right? That's what's mentioned in Surah Al-Ma'idah. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قمتم إلى الصلاة فاغسلوا وجوهكم وأيديكم إلى المرافق وامسحوا برؤوسكم وأرجلكم إلى الكعبين. So the asl, the original ruling when it comes to feet for wudu is that they have to be washed. And the only way to move away from that ruling is if there is an evidence that is of equal or greater strength. And when we look towards the ahadith of the Prophet ﷺ, we find several narrations, we find several reports that the Prophet ﷺ wiped over his leather socks. And those reports reached the level of at-tawatur. Right? Those reports reached the level of at-tawatur. I forgot who it is, but they said that I believe it was Al-Hasan al-Basri or somewhere else, that they met more than 80 companions of the Prophet ﷺ, who narrated that the Prophet ﷺ wiped over his khuffain, that he wiped over his leather socks. So this is something that is an established, proven practice of the Prophet ﷺ, that was done as a concession. It was done taysiran, right, to make things easy upon the ummah. So al-mashu ala al-khuffain is a established practice. All of the Jumhur, all of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah agree on its permissibility. There's just differences of opinion in some of the particulars, like how long can a resident wipe for, how long can a traveler wipe for, do you wipe just once or twice, what exactly do you wipe? There are differences in the particulars, but in terms of the permissibility, unanimously, there's agreement across all four madhahib. When it comes to al-mashu ala al-jawrabain, when it comes to wiping over socks that are made out of other materials, right? Then there's ikhtilaf. Then there's ikhtilaf amongst the madahib. The Hanafis, the Malikis, the Shafi'is say that you can wipe over a jawrab as long as it fulfills certain conditions, right? As long as it fulfills certain conditions, and all of those conditions revolve around the sock being thick. Right? And they all revolve around that material being thick. And the Hanafis essentially have a list of 6 conditions. Right? They list out these 6 conditions, that if a sock meets these 6 conditions, then it's considered to be thick, and it would be jaiz, it would be permissible to wipe over it. There is a qawl from the Hanabila that you can wipe over any sock. It doesn't matter if it's thick or thin. Right? It does not make a difference. That is a qawl within the Hanbali madhab. Right? So this is one of those issues where there is a valid, legitimate ikhtilaf, a valid, legitimate difference of opinion. But here, Imam al-Tirmidhi is bringing the hadith of khuffain, not jawrabain yet. He's bringing the hadith of the khuffain, not the jawrabain. And this hadith is interesting because it's from Jarir radiallahu an. And Jarir radiallahu an highlights that he accepted Islam and he saw the Prophet ﷺ wiping over his leather socks right after Surah Al-Ma'idah was revealed. Right, highlighting that it's an established practice, that no problem, even though the Quran says that the original ruling is washing, right, the Prophet ﷺ, through his actions showed that you can wipe over your khuffain. So the first hadith is قال بال جرير بن عبد الله رضي الله عنه ثم توضأ ومسح على خفين. That Jarir radiallahu an answered the call of nature, then he made wudu and he wiped over his leather socks. فقيل له أتفعل هذا? Right, it was said to him, like, are you doing this? Are you wiping over your socks? قال وما يمنعني? Right, and what's stopping me from doing so? When I saw the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam doing it. قال وكان يعجبهم حديث جرير. Right, the hadith of Jarir used to cause them to have ta'ajjub. Right, the hadith of Jarir made them happy. لأن إسلامه كان بعد نزول المائدة. Because he accepted Islam after Surah Al-Ma'idah was revealed. وفي الباب عن عمر وعلي وحذيفة والمغيرة وبلال وسعد وأبي أيوب وسلمان وبريدة وعمرو بن أمية وأنس وسهل بن سعد ويعلى بن مرة وعبادة بن الصامت وأسامة بن شريك وأبي أمامة وجابر وأسامة بن زيد رضي الله عنهم أجمعين. قال أبو عيسى حديث جرير رضي الله عنه حديث حسن صحيح. ويروى عن شهر بن حوشب قال I saw Jarir ibn Abdullah رضي الله عنه performing wudu and he wiped over his leather socks. So I asked him about that and he said I saw the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam performing wudu and wiping over his leather socks. So then I asked him, was that before Surah Al-Ma'idah was revealed or after? فقال ما أسلمت إلا بعد المائدة. He said, I accepted Islam after Ma'idah was revealed. Right, then he brings a chain for that. And then he says, وَهَذَا حَدِيثٌ مُفَسَّرٌ. Right, the second hadith, it's a clarifier. It's clarified that he accepted Islam after Ma'idah. لأن بعض من أنكر المسح. Because some people that denied the permissibility of wiping over leather socks, right? تأول, they would give the interpretation that the Prophet ﷺ did so before Surah Al-Ma'idah was revealed. But the fact that Jarir said no, he did it even after Al-Ma'idah was revealed, right? That disproves their argument, that disproves their point. وذكر جرير رضي الله عنه في حديثه أنه رأى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم مسح على خفين بعد نزول المائدة. نعم.
Question. So for the, sometimes wiping over the khuffain is right a contentious issue for some people. But if there is already a qawl from the Hanabila about even just socks, like thin socks, so it's not really an issue, right? Because even within the mainstream schools, that is an opinion.
Correct. So the khuffain is not, everyone agrees about khuffain, the jawrabain.
Yeah.
Jawrab is where there's ikhtilaf. Yes, it's a valid, legitimate opinion. If someone
Meaning,
does,
like, when people contest it, it's not really a contested. I mean, like, yes, there's a difference of opinion, but you have a valid qawl about it, so it's not really an issue.
correct.
That's one we hear a lot.
There's
with the dalail and stuff, but
there's a hadith that the Prophet masaha al jawrabain. Explicit hadith. So they have their argument, they have their position. So if someone follows that, لا بأس به. If someone follows that opinion, لا بأس به, as long as they're fulfilling all the conditions for the wiping to be valid.
And why did you say that the Ahnaf or the others don't agree with that?
So they say that the at least the Hanafi argument is an usuli argument, that the hadith for wiping over the khuffain are mutawatira, so they can modify, they can alter, they can change the ruling of the Quran. But the hadith of the jawrab is khabar wahid. And khabar wahid cannot be used to alter, to modify, to change the rules of the Quran, because that becomes a type of nasakh.
Okay.
So they say if the jawrab fulfills certain conditions, then it serves the same purpose as a khuf. Right? If a jawrab, if a regular sock meets certain conditions, then it serves the same purpose as a khuf, and therefore you can then wipe over it. So it's thick. It's so thick that you can't see the skin from beneath it. It's so thick that if you were to wipe a wet hand on it, you wouldn't feel the moisture on your skin. It's so thick that you can walk a certain distance in them without tearing, etc. All
So-
was thickness then. Go ahead, sorry, you had a question?
No, I just think exactly. Okay, that makes sense.
Sheikh, the first hadith in the third narrator in the chain, which Ibrahim is it referring to?
And Ibrahim, I am not sure.
Okay.
I'd have to look that up somewhere. Most likely Tuhfatul Ahwadi would have it.
Okay.
بسم الله اقرأ يا أفراس.
بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. وبه قال حدثنا قال باب المسح على الخفين للمسافر والمقيم. وبه قال حدثنا قتيبة وقال حدثنا أبو عوانة عن سعيد بن مسروق عن إبراهيم التيمي عن عمرو بن ميمون عن أبي عبد الله الجدلي عن خزيمة بن ثابت رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أنه سئل عن المسح على الخفين فقال للمسافر 3 وللمقيم يوم. وأبو عبد الله جدلي اسمه عبد بن عبد. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح. وفي الباب عن علي وأبي بكرة وأبي هريرة صفوان بن عسال وعوف بن مالك وابن عمر وجرير رضي الله عنهم. وبه قال حدثنا هناد قال حدثنا أبو الأحوص عن عاصم بن أبي النجود عن زر بن حبيش عن صفوان بن عسال رضي الله عنهم قال كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يأمرنا إذا كنا سفرا أن ننزع خفافنا 3 أيام ولياليهن إلا من جنابة ولكن من غائط وبول ونوم. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح. وقد روى الحكم بن عتيبة وحماد عن إبراهيم النخعي عن أبي عبد الله الجدلي عن خزيمة بن ثابت رضي الله عنهم ولا يصح. قال علي بن المديني قال يحيى قال شعبة لم يسمع إبراهيم النخعي عن أبي عبد الله الجدلي حديث المسح. وقال زائدة عن منصور كنا في حجرة إبراهيم التيمي ومعنا إبراهيم النخعي فحدثنا إبراهيم التيمي عن عمرو بن ميمون عن أبي عبد الله الجدلي عن خزيمة بن ثابت رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في المسح على الخفين. قال محمد أحسن شيء في هذا الباب حديث صفوان بن عسال رضي الله عنه. قال أبو عيسى وهو قول للعلماء من أصحاب النبي والتابعين ومن بعدهم من الفقهاء مثل سفيان الثوري وابن المبارك والشافعي وأحمد وإسحاق قالوا يمسح المقيم يوما وليلة والمسافر 3 أيام ولياليهن. وقد روى بعض أهل العلم أنهم لم يوقتوا في المسح على الخفين وهو قول مالك بن أنس والتوقيت أصح.
So chapter regarding wiping over leather socks for a traveler and a resident. So according to Al-Jumhur, that it is lawful for a resident to wipe for 1 day and night for 24 hours, and it's lawful for a traveler, a musafir, to wipe for 72 hours, for 3 days and nights. And their evidence is the hadith in this chapter. Imam Malik rahimahullah famously said there's no time limit. That once you put on your khuf, you can continue to wipe over it, whether you're a resident or a traveler, and there is no time limit to it. Now, in this chapter, Imam al-Tirmidhi, he brings this hadith first from Khuzaymah ibn Thabit radiyallahu anhu from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that he was asked about wiping over leather socks. فَقَالْ لِلْمُسَافِرِ ثَلَاثٌ وَلِلْمُقِيمِ يَوْمٌ. That the traveler can wipe for 3 days and nights, and the resident can wipe for 1 day and night. Abu Abdullah al-Jadali, he highlights this narrator. The narrator Abu Abdullah al-Jadali, his name is Abd ibn Abd. Imam Tirmidhi says, هذا حديث حسن صحيح. And regarding this topic, there's hadith from Ali أبي بكر أبي هريرة صفوان بن عسال عوف بن مالك وابن عمر and Jarir رضي الله عنهم. Then he brings another riwayah from Safwan ibn Asal radiallahu anhu said that the Prophet sallallahu used to instruct us that if we were traveling to not remove our leather socks for 3 days and nights except for janaba, meaning when we're in janaba and we have to do ghusl, we have to take them off, but rather from defecating, urinating, and sleeping. If we just nullified wudu and we were in a state of al-hadath al-asghar, then no problem. We could keep our socks on and continue to wipe over them. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح. And then Al-Hakam ibn Utayba and Hammad narrate this hadith from Ibrahim al-Nakha'i, from Abi Abdullah al-Jadari, from Khuzaymah ibn Thabit radiyallahu anhu, ولا يصح. Imam Tirmidhi says this version, this isnad is not correct. Why? Because Ali ibn al-Madini said that Yahya said that Shu'bah said that Ibrahim al-Nakha'i did not hear from Abi Abdullah al-Jadari hadith al-Masih. He did not hear that hadith from him directly. وقال زائدة عن منصور, we were in the room of Ibrahim al-Taymi and Ibrahim al-Nakha'i was with us. So Ibrahim al-Taymi narrated to us from Amr ibn Maymun, from Abi Abdullah al-Jadari, from Khuzaymah ibn Thabit radiyallahu anhu, from the Prophet ﷺ regarding wiping over khuffayn. قال محمد أحسن شيء في هذا الباب حديث صفوان بن عسال. And Imam Bukhari, he's saying that the best narration and the best riwayah regarding this topic is from Safwan ibn Asal. قال أبو عيسى وهو قول العلماء. This is the opinion of the scholars from the companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the tabi'een and those that came after them, the fuqaha like Sufyan al-Thawri, Ibn al-Mubarak, al-Shafi'i, Ahmad, Ishaq, even Abu Hanifa قالوا يمسح المقيم يوما وليلة والمسافر ثلاثة أيام ولياليهن. وقد روى بعض أهل العلم, and some scholars narrated أنهم لم يوقتوا في المسح على الخفين, that they didn't put a time period, they did not put a time limit on wiping over leather socks. وهو قول مالك بن أنس, and that was the opinion of Imam Malik. But then Imam Tirmidhi highlights his preference. He says, وَالتَّوْقِيتُ أَصَحْ. He said putting a time limit is more correct, right, according to his personal opinion, his ijtihad. Na'am.
قال باب في المسح على الخفين أعلاه وأسفله. وبيقال حدثنا أبو الوليد الدمشقي حدثنا الوليد بن مسلم قال أخبرني ثور بن يزيد عن رجاء بن حيوة عن كاتب المغيرة عن المغيرة بن شعبة رضي الله عنه وعنهم أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم مسح على الخف وأسفله. قال أبو عيسى وهذا قول غير واحد من أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم والتابعين، وبه يقول مالك والشافعي وإسحاق، وهذا حديث معلول لم يسنده عن ثور بن يزيد غير الوليد بن مسلم. وسألت أبا زرعة ومحمد عن هذا الحديث فقال ليس بصحيح لأن ابن المبارك روى هذا عن ثور. عن رجاء قال حدثت عن كاتب المغيرة مرسل عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ولم يذكر فيه المغيرة.
Na'am. So chapter regarding wiping over the socks, both the top and the bottom. So this brings up the mas'ala, which part of the khuf is supposed to be wiped. Imam Malik rahimahullah was of the opinion that both the top and bottom are wajib. And Imam Malik rahimahullah says that when you do al-mashu ala al-khuffayn, it is wajib to wipe both the top as well as the bottom. Imam al-Shafi'i rahimahullah says that the top is wajib and wiping the bottom is mustahab, it's recommended. The Hanafis and Hanbalis, they say only the top. Right? The Hanafis and Hanbalis, one of those rare occurrences where they agree, they say that you wipe the top of the khuf. So this hadith here is from Katib al-Mughira, the scribe of Mughira, from al-Mughira ibn Shu'bah radiyallahu anhu, that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam wiped over the top of his khuf and the bottom. Imam Tirmidhi says, وَهَذَا قَوْلُ غَيْرِ وَاحِدٍ مِنْ أَصْحَابِ النَّبِيِّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ وَتَابِعِينَ. that this was the opinion of several companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and tabi'in. وَبِهِ يَقُولُ مَالِكٌ, and this was the opinion of Imam Malik, وَالشَّافِعِي وَإِسْحَاقِ. But then he says, وَهَذَا حَدِيثٌ مَعْلُولٌ. But this hadith here, there is a illah, there is a defect in it. لم يسنده عن ثور بن يزيد غير الوليد بن مسلم. That no one has narrated this hadith with a connected chain from Thawr ibn Yazid except for Al-Walid ibn Muslim. And then Imam Tirmidhi says, I asked Abu Zur'a and Muhammadan, meaning Imam Bukhari, about this hadith. فَقَالَ لَيْسَ بِصَحِيحٍ. Both of them concluded that this hadith, this isnad is not authentic. Why? لِأَنَّ ابْنَ الْمُبَارَكِ رَوَى هَذَا عَنْ ثَوْرٍ. Because Ibn al-Mubarak, right, he narrates this from Thawr, from Raja, who said, حُدِّثْتُ, that it has been narrated to me from Katib al-Mughira, مُرْسَلٌ عَلِ النَّبِيِّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم. Right, with a break there then, without mentioning al-Mughira, وَلَمْ يُذْكَرْ فِيهِ الْمُغِيرَةُ رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهُ. So there's the chain is actually broken. There's a break in the chain, and that is the hidden defect.
Sorry, can you repeat that again, Sheikh? So when it says حدثت عن كاتب المغيرة, what exactly did that mean? Why does that conflict with ولم يذكر فيه المغيرة?
حدثت عن, meaning that someone narrated to him. It doesn't mention who. From Katib al-Mughira. So the person that's narrating from the scribe of Mughira is unknown, is majhul. And then on top of that, the chain doesn't have from Mughira. It's from the Katib of Mughira directly from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay.
باب في المسح على الخفين ظاهرهما, chapter regarding wiping over socks, only the top part.
قال باب في المسح على الخفين ظاهرهما. وبه قال حدثنا علي بن هجر قال حدثنا ابن عبد الرحمن ابن أبي الزناد عن أبيه عن عروة بن زبير عن المغيرة بن شعبة رضي الله عنه قال رأيت النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يمسح على الخفين على ظاهرهما. قال أبو عيسى حديث المغيرة حديث حسن وهو حديث عبد الرحمن بن أبي الزناد زناد عن أبيه عن عروة عن المغيرة رضي الله عنه. ولا نعلم أحدا يذكر عن عروة عن المغيرة على ظاهرهما غيره، وهو قول غير واحد من أهل العلم، وبه يقول سفيان الثوري وأحمد قال محمد، وكان مالك يشير بعبد الرحمن بن أبي زناد.
Now from Al-Mughira ibn Shu'bah radiyallahu anhu said, I saw the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam wiping over his leather socks on the top part. قال أبو عيسى حديث المغيرة حديث حسن. And this is the hadith of Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi Zinad from his father, from Urwa, from Al-Mughira radiyallahu anhu. And we don't know of anyone يذكر عن عروة عن المغيرة على ظاهرهما غيره. Meaning Abd al-Rahman is the only person who mentions that part, على ظاهرهما. But وهو قول غير واحد من أهل العلم. This is the opinion of several scholars. This is the opinion of Sufyan al-Thawri, Imam Ahmad, and the Jumhur. وقال محمد, Imam Bukhari says, وكان مالك يشير بعبد الرحمن بن أبي الزناد. The Imam Malik, يعني يشير, he means يضعف. Imam Malik used to declare Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi Zinadi to be a weak narrator. نعم.
قال باب في المسح على الجوربين والنعلين. وبه قال حدثنا هناد ومحمود بن غيلان قال حدثنا وكيع عن سفيان وعن أبي قيس عن حزيل بن شرحبيل عن المغيرة بن شعبة رضي الله عنهم قال توضأ النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ومسح على الجوربين والنعلين. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح وهو قول غير واحد من أهل العلم، وبه يقول سفيان الثوري وابن المبارك والشافعي وأحمد وإسحاق قالوا يمسح على الجوربين وإن لم يكن نعلين إذا كان ثقيلين. وفي الباب عن أبي موسى رضي الله عنه.
نعم. So this hadith is also from Al-Mughira ibn Shu'bah radiyallahu anhu said, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam performed wudu and he wiped over al-jawrabain. Right? He wiped over his socks. Not leather socks. This is now the word jawrab. وَالنَّعْلَيْن, and his sandals. meaning he was wearing sandals and he had some other sort of footgear on as well. And essentially, he wiped over both. When he did wudu, he wiped over his sock along with the sandal. قال أبو عيسى هذا حديث حسن صحيح وهو قول غير واحد من أهل العلم وبه يقول سفيان الثوري وابن المبارك والشافعي وأحمد وإسحاق قالوا يمسح على الجوربين. It is lawful, it is permissible to wipe over socks. وإن لم يكن نعلين, even if they're not sandals. إذا كان ثخينين, as long as they're thick, as long as they're thick. وفي الباب عن أبي موسى رضي الله عنه. Right, so there are essentially three main conditions for a sock, for a jawrab to be considered thick. Right, number one, water doesn't seep through. غير شفاف. And what that means is if your hand is wet, right, not like there's a whole handful of water, but if your hand is wet and you pass that wet hand over the sock, you cannot feel the moisture on your skin. غير شفاف. Right, that water doesn't seep through the material. Number two, mustamsik بغير استمساك. That the sock stays on your foot without you having to tie it. Now, what does that mean? There's been a lot of discussion regarding it. Most jawrabs do that because they have that elastic anyways. Right? So basically, it stays on your foot. It stays on your foot without having to tie it. And number three, you can walk a fair distance in them without ripping. If I remember, it's like something like 3 point something miles. Or you can walk 3 point something miles on regular average terrain without holes being formed in the sock. And then also there's one that where it's not see-through. Right? You can't see the skin from underneath the material. So that's when it's considered to be thakhin. That's when the sock is considered to be thick. So is it permissible then to wipe over thick socks? Al-Jumhur says yes. Right? The Hanafis, the Malikis, the Shafi'is, the Hanabila, they say yes. You can wipe over thick socks, no problem. Initially, it said that Abu Hanifa initially said, no, you can't. Right? Initially, Abu Hanifa says, no, you can't. But later on, he retracted. And he adopted the position of the Jumhur. And that's why that's the muftabihi. The muftabihi is you can wipe over al-jawrabain إذا كان ثخينين, as long as they are thick. Then the issue, is it permissible to wipe just over your na'ni, just over sandals? If you're just wearing sandals, no, you cannot wipe over them. And that is across the board. Al-a'immatul arba'a, the Hanafis, Malikis, Shafis, Hanbalis say you can't just wipe over sandals. The hadith is highlighting that he wiped over both. Right? He was wearing sandals and he was also wearing socks at the same time. And when he wiped over both of them.
So Sheikh, is that nuance something that's discussed? So like if you are wearing the khuffain and sandals, can you wipe over the sandals?
The sandal and the sock, as long as the sock is being wiped.
Okay, so it's basically saying he still wiped over his sock primarily.
Exactly. باب ما جاء في المسح على العمامة, chapter regarding wiping over your turban.
قال باب ما جاء في المسح على العمامة. وبه قال حدثنا محمد بن بشار قال حدثنا يحيى بن سعيد القطان عن سليمان التيمي عن بكر بن عبد الله المزني عن الحسن عن ابن المغيرة بن شعبة عن أبيه رضي الله عنه قال توضأ النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ومسح على الخفين والعمامة. قال بكر وقد سمعته من ابن المغيرة. وذكر محمد بن بشار في هذا الحديث في موضع آخر أنه مسح على ناصيته وعمامته. وقد روي هذا الحديث من غير وجه عن المغيرة بن شعبة رضي الله عنه. وذكر بعضهم المسح على الناصية والعمامة ولم يذكر بعضهم الناصية. سمعت أحمد بن الحسن يقول سمعت أحمد بن حنبل يقول ما رأيت بعيني مثل يحيى بن سعيد القطان. وفي الباب عن عمرو بن أمية وسلمان والثوبان وأبي أمامة رضي الله عنهم. قال أبو عيسى حديث المغيرة بن شعبة رضي الله عنه حديث حسن صحيح وهو قول غير واحد من أهل العلم من أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم منهم أبو بكر وعمر وأنس رضي الله عنهم. وبيقول الأوزاعي وأحمد وإسحاق قالوا يمسح على الإمامة. قال وسمعت الجارود بن معاذ يقول سمعت وكيع بن الجراح يقول إن مسح على الإمامة يجزئه للأثر. قال وبه قال حدثنا قتيبة بن سعيد قال حدثنا بشر بن المفضل عن عبد الرحمن بن إسحاق عن أبي عبيدة بن محمد بن عمار بن ياسر قال سألت جابر بن عبد الله رضي الله عنهما عن المسح على الخفين فقال السنة يا ابن أخي، وسألته عن المسح على العمامة فقال مس الشعر. وقال غير واحد من أهل العلم من أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم والتابعين لا يمسح على العمامة إلا أن يمسح برأسه مع العمامة، وهو قول سفيان الثوري ومالك بن أنس وابن المبارك والشافعي. قال وبه قال حدثنا هناد قال حدثنا علي بن مسهر عن الأعمش عن الحكم عن عبد الرحمن بن أبي ليلى عن كعب بن عجرة عن بلال رضي الله عنهما أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم مسح على الخفين والخمار.
So, chapter regarding wiping over the imama. So that is the mas'ala. هل يجوز المسح على العمامة أم لا? Imam Ahmad and Imam Al-Awza'i, rahimahumullah, they were of the opinion that it's permissible to wipe on the imam, and that will replace wiping your head. Just like wiping over your socks replaces washing your feet. They argued that wiping over your imama replaces wiping over your head. Imam Al-Shafi'i says, rahimahullah, that after wiping the amount that's fard, then the sunnah of wiping the entire head can be fulfilled by wiping over the turban. And according to the Shawafi', you only have to wipe a few strands of hair. So as long as you've wiped a few strands of hair and you want the sunnah of isti'ab, of wiping your whole head, you can simply wipe over your imama. Imam Abu Hanifa and Imam Malik say no, it's not permissible, because the ruling that's mentioned specifically in the Quran is wiping over your head. وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ. Right? وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ. And then Imam Abu Hanifa understands that to be 1/4 of the head, and Imam Malik rahimahullah understands that to be the entire head. Right? Understands that to be the entire head. So here we have a hadith of Al-Mughirah ibn Shu'bah radiyallahu anhu said, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam performed wudu, and he wiped over his leather socks and his turban. قال بكر وقد سمعته من ابن المغيرة وذكر محمد بن بشار في هذا الحديث في موضع آخر أنه مسح على ناصيته وعمامته. That's how we understand it. That he wiped over the nasiyah, the front part of his head, and then he also wiped over the imama. وقد روي هذا الحديث من غير وجه عن المغيرة بن شعبة. And this hadith has been narrated with several chains from Al-Mughirah ibn Shu'bah radiyallahu anhu. وذكر بعضهم المسح على الناصية والعمامة ولم يذكر بعضهم الناصية. Some versions mention the ناصية and the imama, and others don't. سمعت أحمد بن الحسن يقول سمعت أحمد بن حنبل يقول ما رأيت بعيني مثل يحيى بن سعيد القطان. But I have not seen anyone similar to يحيى بن سعيد القطان. وفي الباب عن عمرو بن أمية وسلمان والثوبان وأبي أمامة رضي الله عنهم. Imam Tirmidhi says the hadith of Mughirah ibn Shu'bah رضي الله عنه hadithun hasanun sahihun, and this is the opinion of several scholars from the companions of the Prophet ﷺ, including Abu Bakr, Umar, Anas رضي الله عنهم. وبه يقول الأوزاعي وأحمد وإسحاق قالوا يمسح على العمامة. They all say you can do what? You can wipe over the imama. قال وسمعت الجارود بن معاذ يقول سمعت وكيع بن الجراح يقول إن مسح على العمامة يجزئه للأثر. That if someone were to wipe over the imama, it would suffice them because of this hadith. Then he brings another riwayah from Jabir ibn Abdullah radiyallahu anhu, that he was asked about wiping over socks, and he said, as-sunnatu ya ibn akhi. That wiping over leather socks is a sunnah. Then I asked him about wiping over the imama, قال مس الشعر. He said, no, make sure you wipe your hair. Right? He said, make sure you wipe your hair. وقال غير واحد من أهل العلم من أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم والتابعين لا يمسح على العمامة إلا أن يمسح برأسه مع الإمامة. So this is one of those issues where there's ikhtilaf even from the Sahaba. Right? Even from amongst the companions, there's an ikhtilaf regarding this particular mas'ala. وهو قول سفيان الثوري ومالك بن أنس وابن المبارك والشافعي رحمهم الله. Then he brings the last and final riwayah from Bilal radiallahu anhu that the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم مسح على الخفين والخمار, and the word khimar here means imam. Right? The word khimar in this context means the turban, the imama. واضح?
Yes.
Any questions on any of these riwayat? All right, alhamdulillah. So we have crossed the 100 hadith mark. So there has to be some sort of, mashallah, assessment. And we'll do some sort of assessment after every 100, inshallah. So we'll have some sort of quiz, some sort of exam, take home next Thursday. Right, next Thursday, I'll post it on the Google Classroom and then just turn it in before Sunday, inshallah. So next Thursday, not this coming one, the following Thursday, I'll post a little take home exam and you'll have till Sunday evening to turn it in, inshallah. Part of that exam will be, you should know the full name of the author. You should know the full name of the author. You should know the full title of the work. You should know some of the most important commentaries. And you should know the ibarah that you're supposed to read before from memory. And then every hadith is fair game. Right? Every hadith, every chapter that we have read so far until hadith number 100 is fair game, inshallah. All right? All right, take a short 5-minute breather, then we'll do fiqh. All right, 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and do some fiqh, inshallah. All right. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah wa ba'd. We are still on Ahkamul Miyah. Imam al-Mawsili rahimahullah is still discussing the various rulings with respect to water and what type of water can be used for wudu and ghusl and what can't, and when water is still pure and when it becomes impure. فوصلنا إلى قوله وما كان مائي المولد من الحيوان موته في الماء لا يفسده. نعم. اقرأي زينب بسم الله.
بسم الله. قال وما كان مائي المولد من الحيوان موته في الماء لا يفسده كالسمك والضفدع والسرطان لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم هو الطهور ماؤه الحل ميتته فاستفدنا به عدم تنجسه بالموت وإذا لم يكن نجسا لا ينجس ما يجاوره ولأنه لا دم في هذه الأشياء وهو المنجس إذ الدموي لا يتولد في الماء وكذا لو مات خارج الماء ثم وقع فيه لما بينا ولو مات في غير الماء كالخل واللبن روي عن محمد رحمه الله أنه لا يفسده وسواء فيه المنتفخ وغيره وعنه أنه سوى بين الضفدع البري والمائي وقيل إن كان للبري دم سائل أفسده وهو الصحيح.
So the principle he's highlighting is that any animal that's born inside of water, if it dies in the water, it does not cause the water to become impure. So like fish, frogs, crabs, crustacean, lobsters, whatever. Anything that's born in water, if it dies in the water, then it will not cause the water to become impure. So وَمَا كَانَ مَائِيَ الْمَوْلِدِ مِنَ الْحَيَوَانِ. Right, whichever animals are born inside of water, مَوْتُهُ فِي الْمَاءِ لَا يُفْسِدُهُ. Its death in the water will not cause it to become impure. كَالسَّمَكِ, like fish. وَالضِّفْدَعِ, frogs. وَالسَّرَطَانِ, crabs. لِقَوْلِهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامِ, because of the statement of the Prophet ﷺ, هُوَ الطَّهُورُ مَاؤُهُ وَالْحِلُّ مَيْتَتُهُ. That its water is pure and purifying, meaning the ocean. Its water is pure and purifying. Al-hillu maytatu. And the mayta of the ocean, right? Whatever dies in the ocean is also halal. فَاسْتَفَدْنَا بِهِ عَدَمَ تَنَجُّسِهِ بِالْمَوْتِ. So one of the benefits we extract from this is that the water does not become najis with the death of the animal inside of it. وَإِذَا لَمْ يَكُنْ نَجِسًا. And if the animal is not impure, لَا يَنْجُسُ مَا يُجَاوِرُ. Then what's connected to it, what's next to it, also does not become impure. وَلِأَنَّهُ لَا دَمَ فِي هَذِهِ الْأَشْيَاءِ. And also because there's no blood inside of these animals. وَهُوَ الْمُنَجِّسِ. And that's what actually causes the animal to become impure. إِذَا الدَّمَوِيُّ لَا يَتَوَالَدُ فِي الْمَاءِ. Because warm-blooded animals, or those animals that have like circulatory systems and blood flowing through them, I don't know if this is 100% accurate. We don't learn biology from the fuqaha, but according to their understanding, right, they're not born in water. وَكَذَا, similarly, لَوْ مَاتَ خَارِجَ الْمَاءِ. Right, if that animal was to die outside of the water, ثُمَّ وَقَعَ فِيهِ, and then it falls in it, the water won't become impure, لِمَا بَيَّنَّا, because of what we just explained. وَلَوْ مَاتَ فِي غَيْرِ الْمَاءِ. If one of these animals passes away in something other than water, some other liquid, like vinegar or milk, then it's narrated from Imam Muhammad rahimahullah that it does not become impure, and it doesn't matter if the body has bloated or not. And it's also narrated from him that he considers a frog that lives on land and a frog that lives in the water to be the same. وَقِيل, and it said, إِن كَانَ لِلْبَرِّيِّ دَمٌ سَائِلٌ, that if the frog that lives on land has flowing blood, then it will cause the water to become impure. وَهُوَ الصَّحِيحُ, and that is the more correct position. The khulasa, any animal that's born inside of water, if it dies in the water remains pure. The water will not become impure. Now,
قال وكذا ما ليس له نفس سائلة كالذباب والبعوض والبق إذا مات في المائع لا يفسده لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا وقع الذباب في طعام أحدكم فانقلوه ثم انقلوه الحديث، وأنه يموت بالمقل في الطعام سيما الحار منه ولو كان موته ينجس الطعام لما أمر به.
وكذا, and similarly, the same ruling applies ما ليس له نفس سائلة, to those animals, those insects that do not have flowing blood. They don't have like a circulatory system. كالذباب, like flies, والبعوض, mites or بعوض can also be mosquitoes, والبقي, bugs. إذا مات في المائع لا يفسد. Right? If any of these insects dies inside of a liquid, it will not cause the liquid to become impure. لقوله عليه السلام, because of the statement of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, إذا وقع الذباب في إناء أحدكم, that when a fly falls into your container, فانقلوه, then submerge it, ثم انقلوه, then remove it. الحديث, وأنه يموت بالمقل في الطعام, and that fly or that insect, it dies, right? It dies in the food when you submerge it. سيما الحار من, especially if the food is hot or the liquid or beverage is hot. ولو كان موته ينجس الطعام لما أمر به. And if the death of that insect inside of the food would cause it to become impure, the Prophet عليه الصلاة والسلام would not have commanded his ummah to do so.
قال وما عدا هذين النوعين فموته يفسد المائع القليل لأنه دموي تنجس بالموت فينجس ما يجاوره. الآدمي الميت إذا وقع في الماء ينجسه لأنه تنجس بالموت، وإن وقع بعد الغسل فكذلك إن كان كافرا، وإن كان مسلما لا ينجسه لأنه لما حكم بجواز الصلاة على المسلم حكم بطهارته، ولا كذلك الكافر فافترقا.
وما عدا هذين النوعين, everything else besides these two categories. Category number one, those animals that are born in water. Category number two, those animals that don't have flowing blood. Right? Any other animal besides these two categories, فَمَوْتُهُ يُفْسِدُ الْبَائِعَ, their death inside of water or a body of water or liquid will cause the water to become impure. لِأَنَّهُ دَمَوِيٌّ, because those animals have blood in them. Those animals have flowing blood. يَنْجُسُ بِالْمَوْتِ, and when they die, they become impure. Any animal that has flowing blood, as soon as they die, that carcass becomes impure. فَيُنَجِّسُ مَا يُجَاوِرُ, so it makes whatever is touching it impure as well. Right? Yujawiru, being your jiwar, being your neighbor. Whatever is neighboring it also becomes impure. وَالْآدَمِيُّ الْمَيِّتِ, the dead human, إِذَا وَقَعَ فِي الْمَاءِ, right? نَجَّسَهُ. If a dead human, if a human body falls into a body of water, the body of water will become impure. لِأَنَّهُ يَنْجُسُ بِالْمَوْتِ, because the body became impure with death. وَإِنْ وَقَعَ بَعْدَ الْغَسْلِ, and if the body fell into the water after it was bathed and washed, فَكَذَلِكَ إِنْ كَانَ كَافِرًا, then the same ruling applies if he was a kafir. وَإِنْ كَانَ مُسْلِمًا, but if he was a Muslim, لَا يُنَجِّسُهُ, right? If you had a Muslim deceased individual and their body was bathed and washed, the ghusl was done, and then they fell into a lake or a pool or a body of water, we say that the water will not become impure. لأنه لما حكم بجواز الصلاة على المسلم حكم بطهارته, because when the ruling is given that it's permissible to pray upon him, the ruling is given that his body has become pure. ولا كذلك الكافر, and that same doesn't apply to a kafir. فافترقا, so their cases are different. نعم.
قال والماء المستعمل لا يطهر الأحداث وهو ما أزيل به حدث أو استعمل في البدن على وجه القربة كالوضوء على الوضوء بنية العبادة.
Now he's talking about what is known as al-ma'ul musta'mal, used water. Used water, according to the Ahnaf, is water that has already been used to remove a ritual impurity, meaning it was already used for making wudu or performing ghusl. And it's referring to the water that's collected off of your body. That if you made wudu and you collected that water in a container, then that becomes al-ma'ul musta'mal. If you are doing ghusl and you collect that water, it's ma'ul musta'mal. And al-ma'ul musta'mal, it's tahir, it's still pure, but it's غير مطهر. It's not purifying. Right? Al-ma'ul musta'mal is tahir, it's pure in and of itself because there's no impurity in it. There's no physical impurity in it, but it's غير مطهر. It's not purifying. It cannot be used for wudu. It cannot be used for ghusl. Then he defines it. هو ما أزيل به حدث. It is water that has been used to remove hadath. It's water that has been used to remove ritual impurity, whether wudu or ghusl. Oh, number two, استعمل في البدن. The water was used on the body على وجه القربة, as an act of worship. كالوضوء على الوضوء, like performing wudu upon wudu بنية العبادة, with the intention of worship. So for example, I already have wudu, but then I make wudu again for Salat al-Dhuhr as an act of worship. Right? That water that's then collected from my body is also musta'mal. It's also considered to be used. So according to the Hanafis, al-ma'ul musta'mal is tahir, غير mutahhir. It's pure in and of itself, but it's not purifying. It can't be used to remove ritual impurities. It cannot be used for either wudu or ghusl. Then he defines when exactly, what moment does it become musta'mal? At what moment does the water become used?
ويصير مستعملا إذا انفصل عن العضو. وروى النسفي رحمه الله أنه لا يصير مستعملا حتى يستقر في مكان، والأول المختار. وقال محمد رحمه الله لا يصير مستعملا إلا بإقامة القربة لا غير، وإنما يقع قربة بالنية وتظهر ثمرته في الجنب المنغمس في البئر لطلب الدلو فعنده هما طاهران، لأن النية عنده شرط في صيرورة الماء مستعملا وليست بشرط في إزالة الجنابة. وعند أبي يوسف رحمه الله الرجل بحاله لعدم الصب والماء بحاله لعدم إزالة الحدث. وعند أبي حنيفة رضي الله عنهما نجسان، الماء لإزالته الجنابة عن البعض، والرجل لبقاء الحدث في باقي الأعضاء. وقيل يطهر من الجنابة ثم يتنجس بنجاسة الماء المستعمل حتى يجوز له قراءة القرآن ونحوه. وقيل هو طاهر لأن الماء لا يصير مستعملا إلا بعد الانفصال. وعلى هذا لو توضأ محدث للتبرد يصير الماء مستعملا خلافا لمحمد رحمه الله. ثم الماء المستعمل طاهر غير طهور عند محمد رحمه الله، وهو روايته عن أبي حنيفة رضي الله عنه، وهو اختيار أكثر المشايخ، لأن الصحابة رضي الله عنهم كانوا يتبادرون إلى وضوء رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم فيمسحون به وجوههم ولم يمنعهم، ولو كان نجسا لمنعهم كما منع الحجام من شرب دمه. وروى الحسن عن أبي حنيفة رحمهما الله أنه نجس نجاسة مغلظة، لأنه أزال النجاسة الحكمية فصار كما إذا أزال الحقيقية، وبل أولى لأن النجاسة الحكمية أغلظ حتى لا يعفى عن القليل منها. وعند أبي يوسف رحمه الله وهي روايته عن أبي حنيفة رضي الله عنه إن نجاسته خفيفة لمكان الاختلاف. وقال زفر رحمه الله إن كان المستعمل محدثا فكما قال محمد رحمه الله وإن كان طاهرا فهو طهور، لأنه لم يزل النجاسة فلم يتغير وصفه.
نعم. So now he's getting into some fiqh here. Huh? ويسير مستعملا إذا انفصل عن العضو. This is the main principle. This is the mufta bihi. This is the position of the madhab. The water becomes used as soon as it separates from the body. So if I'm washing my limbs for wudu, the water on my body, it's still pure, it's still purifying. But as soon as it separates from my body, as soon as it drips off, it becomes musta'mal, it becomes used. That is the mufta bihi, that is the position of the madhab. That as soon as the water separates from the body, it becomes musta'mal. Now he's getting into some extra detail and ikhtilafat. He says, وَرَوَى النَّسَفِ. Right, Imam al-Nasafi narrates, أَنَّهُ لَا يَسِيرُ مُسْتَعْمَلًا حَتَّى يَسْتَقِرَّ فِي مَكَانٍ. That no, the water will not become used until it settles in a place. Meaning not only does it separate from the body, but it also falls and settles somewhere, in a container, on the floor, etc. وَالْأَوَّلُ الْمُخْتَارِ. But the first position that's mentioned, meaning what's mentioned in the matan, that's the mukhtar. That's the selected, that's the chosen position for fatwa. وَقَالَ مُحَمَّدٌ. Imam Muhammad, rahimahullah, said, لَا يَصِيرُ مُسْتَعْمَلًا إِلَّا بِإِقَامَةِ الْقُرْبَةِ لَا غَيْرٍ. That the water does not become musta'mal unless it was used as an act of worship. وَإِنَّمَا يَقَعُ قُرْبَةً بِالنِّيَّةِ. And it only becomes an act of worship if there was an intention. If you did the wudu or ghusl with the intention of ibadah, that's when the water becomes musta'mal, not just if it was used to remove the hadath. وَتَظْهَرُ ثَمَرَتُهُ. Right, the consequence of this understanding, the fruit or the consequence, the result of this disagreement, it becomes apparent in the following scenario, in the following case. فِي الْجُنُوبِ الْمُنْغَمِسِ فِي الْبِئْرِ لِطَلَبِ الدَّلْمِ. That you have a person in the state of janaba who submerges himself in a well in order to retrieve a bucket. Hypothetically, there's a well in a village and the bucket fell down and someone had to go down and get it. And it just so happens that the person who goes down into the well is in the state of janaba. Now they go into the well and they're submerged in the water and they come out with the bucket. What's the status of the well water now? Is it pure or impure? Right? فَعِنْدَهُ, according to Imam Muhammad, هُمَا طَاهِرَانِ. He says the person is tahir and the water is still tahir. Why? لِأَنَّ النِّيَّةَ عِنْدَهُ شَرْطٌ فِي سَيْرُورَةِ الْمَاءِ مُسْتَعْمَلًا. Because according to Imam Muhammad, the niyyah, the intention, is a condition for the water becoming used. وَلَيْسَتْ بِشَرْطٍ فِي إِزَالَةِ الْجَنَابَةِ. But it's not a shart for removing the major ritual impurity. So according to Imam Muhammad, if a person in the state of janaba, right, submerges himself in the well and they don't have the niyyah of qurba, then when they come out of the well, they're clean, they're pure, because every part of the body that needs to be washed was washed. And the water remains pure because it did not become musta'mal. It did not become used. Does that make sense?
Yes.
وعند أبي يوسف, according to Abu Yusuf rahimahullah, الرجل بحاله. The man remains impure. The man remains in the state of janaba لعدم الصب, because he didn't pour water over himself. He submerged himself. He didn't pour water over himself. والماء بحاله, and the water remains as is. The water is still pure. لعدم إزالة الحدث, because the hadath was not removed. Because the hadath was not removed. So according to Imam Abu Yusuf, it's the opposite. The man is still impure and the water is still pure. وَعِنْدَ أَبِي حَنِيفَةَ هُمَا نَجِسَانِ. Abu Hanifa rahimahullah says, no, both became najis. The man is still impure and now the water is impure. Why? الْمَاءُ لِإِزَالَتِهِ الْجَنَابَ عَنِ الْبَعْضِ. The water, because it removed the janaba from part of his body. وَالرَّجُلُ, and as the man, لِبَقَاءِ الْحَدَثِ فِي بَاقِ الْأَعْضَاءِ, because the hadath remained and the rest of his body. Right? Those are the positions of the three imams with respect to this one particular mas'ala. And basically it goes back to their understanding of niyyah and shart and how the water becomes musta'mal, etc. Right? وَقِيلْ يَطْهُرُ مِنَ الْجَنَابَةِ. Right? It is said, this is one opinion, that the man will become pure from janaba, ثُمَّ يَتَنَجَّسْ, but then he becomes impure بِنَجَاسَةِ الْمَاءِ الْمُسْتَعْمَلِ, because the water was impure now. حَتَّى يَجُوزَ لَهُ قِرَاءَةُ الْقُرْآنِ وَنَحْوِهِ, that he's no longer in the state of janaba. He only became najis because the water was najis. But because he's no longer in janaba, he can recite Quran and do other things that you can do while being in a state of purity. وَقِيلْ هُوَ طَاهِرٌ, and it is said that he's still pure, لِأَنَّ الْمَاءَ لَا يَصِيرُ مُسْتَعْمَلًا إِلَّا بَعْدَ الْإِنْفِصَالِ, because the water doesn't become used until it separates from the body. وَعَلَى هَذَا, and based upon this, لَوْ تَوَضَّأَ مُحْدِثٌ, if a person made wudu, right? If a person in the state of hadath made wudu, لِلتَّبَرُّدْ, just to cool off, يَسِيرُ الْمَاءُ مُسْتَعْمَلًا خِلَافًا لِمُحَمَّدٍ, the water becomes used as opposed to Imam Muhammad. Right? Then he's mentioning another mas'ala now. ثُمَّ الْمَاءُ الْمُسْتَعْمَلُ طَاهِرٌ غَيْرُ طَهُورٍ عِنْدَ مُحَمَّدٍ وهو روايته عن أبي حنيفة وهو اختيار أكثر المشايخ الناس مفتى به. That used water is طاهر, it's pure, غير طهور, يعني غير مطهر. It's pure in and of itself, but it's not purifying. And what that means is that basically it can be used for wudu and ghusl, but it can be used for like washing your clothes, washing your dishes, washing utensils, watering your plants, etc. And that is the opinion of Imam Muhammad, and that's also his opinion from Imam Abu Hanifa, and that is the chosen opinion of the majority of mashayikh. Why? This is their evidence. لأن الصحابة كانوا يتبادرون إلى وضوء رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Because the Sahaba, they used to rush, they used to hasten to get the wudu water of the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم as it was falling off his body. Right? They would not let the water touch the floor, but they would get that water, فَيَمْسَحُونَ بِهِ وُجُوهَهُم, and they would wipe their faces with it, لِلتَّبَرُّكِ, for barakah. وَلَمْ يَمْنَعْهُم, and the Prophet ﷺ did not stop them, did not prevent them from doing so. وَلَوْ كَانَ نَجِسًا لَمَنَعَهُم, and if that water happened to be impure, he would have stopped them. كَمَا مَنَعَ الْحَجَّامَ مِنْ شُرْبِ دَمِهِ, just as he stopped and prohibited the cupper from drinking his blood. وَرَوَى الْحَسَنُ عَنْ أَبِي حَنِيفَةَ أَنَّهُ نَجِسٌ نَجَاسَةً مُغَلَّظَةً. Right, there's a riwayah of Al-Hasan from Abu Hanifa that al-ma'ul musta'mal is actually a heavy impurity. Not only is it najis, it's najasa ghadira, it's a heavy impurity. لِأَنَّهُ أَزَالَ النَّجَاسَةُ الْحُكْمِيَّةِ, because that water was used to remove a ritual impurity. فَصَارَ كَمَا إِذَا أَزَالَ الْحَقِيقِيَّةِ, so it's as if he removed the real impurity. وَبَلْ أَوْلَى, but even more so. لِأَنَّ النَّجَاسَةَ الْحُكْمِيَّةَ أَغْلَظُ, because a ritual impurity is more severe. حَتَّى لَا يُعْفَى عَنِ الْقَلِيلِ مِنْهِ, because even a small amount is not forgiven and overlooked, as opposed to a physical impurity that small quantities are overlooked. وعند أبي يوسف وهي روايته عن أبي حنيفة رحمه الله أنه نجاسته خفيفة لمكان الاختلاف. So basically there are three riwayats from Abu Hanifa. Right, from Abu Hanifa himself rahimahullah, there are three opinions regarding the status of al-ma' al-musta'mal. Number one, it's tahir, غير مطهر. Number two, it's najasa ghalidha. Number three, it's najasa khafifa. And the mufta bihi is on the first one, that is tahir, غير مطهر. وقال زفر, Imam Zufr says, إن كان المستعمل محدثا, if the person using the water is in the state of hadath, يعني الحدث الأصغر, فكما قال محمد, then we'll go with the opinion of Imam Muhammad. وإن كان طاهرا فهو طهور لأنه لم يزل النجاسة فلم يتغير وصفه والله تعالى أعلم. The khulasa here, the summary of this entire section, الماء المستعمل طاهر غير مطهر. It's طاهر غير مطهر. Everything else here is just extra information, mashallah, to highlight some تفقه. نعم.
قال وكل إهاب دبغ فقد طهر لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم أيما إهاب دبغ فقد طهر.
نعم. وكل إهاب دبغ فقد طهر. Every animal hide that's tanned becomes pure. So if you have an animal hide, right, obviously the hide has some moisture. That moisture comes from, you know, the blood, the pus, or whatever other fluids there might be. But once it's tanned, whether through the sun or through a chemical process, it becomes pure. لقوله عليه السلام, because of the statement of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, أيما إهاب دبغ فقد طهر. Any hide that's tanned has become pure.
قال إلا جلد الآدمي لكرامته فيحرم الانتفاع بشيء من أجزائه لما فيه من الإهانة وإلا جلد الخنزير لنجاسة عينه. قال الله تعالى فإنه رجس وهو أقرب المذكورات فيصرف إليه والفيل كالخنزير عند محمد رحمه الله وعندهما ينتفع به ويطهر بالزكاة. وعن محمد رحمه الله إذا أصلح مصارين ميتة أو دبغ المثانة طهرت حتى يتخذ منها الأوتار وما طهر بالدباغ يطهر بالزكاة لأنها تزيل الرطوبات كالدباغ والدباغ أن يخرجه من حد الفساد سواء كان بالتراب أو بالشمس أو غيرهما.
نعم. قال إلا جلد الآدمي لكرامته. Right, this rule does not apply to the hide or the skin of a human because the human is honored. وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. That certainly, indeed, we have honored the son of Adam. فَيَحْرُمُ الْإِنْتِفَاعُ بِشَيْءٍ مِنْ أَجْزَائِهِ. It is unlawful to benefit from any part of the human body. No part of the human body can be used as a tool, as an item, as a utensil, etc. لِمَا فِيهِ مِنَ الْإِهَانَةِ. Because doing so is belittling, humiliating, disgracing the human body. وَإِلَّا جِلْدَ الْخِنْزِيرِ. And also the hide of a swine, the hide of pig. لِنَجَاسَةِ عَيْنِهِ. Because the ayn, the essence, the core of a pig is impure. And what that means basically is the pig and all of its parts are impure. They're all najis. قَالَ تَعَالَى فَإِنَّهُ رِجْسٌ وَهُوَ أَقْرَبُ الْمَذْكُورَاتِ. Meaning the swine, khinzir, is the closest thing mentioned to the dhamir فَإِنَّهُ. So it's understood that the dhamir is going back to khinzir. فَإِنَّهُ رِجْسٌ, meaning the khinzir is rijsun, najisun. فَيُصْرَفُ إِلَيْهِ. وَالْفِيلُ, the elephant, is like a swine according to Imam Muhammad. That was his opinion. وَعِنْدَهُمَا بَعِنْدَ الشَّيْخَيْنِ عند أبي حنيفة وأبي يوسف رحمه الله ينتفع به. Know that you can benefit from an elephant. ويطهر بالذكاء, and its hide becomes pure if you even were to slaughter the elephant. وعن محمد, there's a riwayah from Muhammad, إذا أصلح مصارين ميتة. If the intestines of an animal are cleansed, right? If the intestines of an animal are cleansed, أو دبغ المثانة, or the bladder is tanned, طهرت, it becomes pure, it becomes طاهر. حتى يتخذ منها الأوتار. You can make like strings out of it. You can make any sort of thing out of it, any sort of utensil, because it becomes pure. وما طهر بالدباغ. Whatever hide, right? Whichever hide becomes pure through tanning, also becomes pure through slaughtering. Meaning, hypothetically speaking, if you were to slaughter an animal, like obviously you slaughter camels, cows, sheep, goats, once you slaughter it properly and correctly, the hide automatically becomes pure. It does not need to be tanned. And similarly, if you slaughter an animal that you cannot eat, that's unlawful to consume, like some sort of predatory animal. I don't know, for some reason, someone slaughters a dog or a bear or a cheetah or a lion, then that hide, it becomes pure. And it can be used to make clothing or fabric or a carpet or a container, whatever. Why? لأنها تزيل الرطوبات كالدباغ. Because the slaughtering, it removes the fluids and the moisture, just like tanning does. What dibagh, then he's defining what's meant by tanning. أن يخرجه من حد الفساد. That you have basically extracted, you have removed the hide from becoming foul and becoming nasty, whether that's done with dirt or with the sun or any other process of tanning.
قال وشعر الميتة وعظمها طاهر لأن الحياة لا تحلها حتى لا تتألم بقطعها فلا يحلها الموت وهو المنجس وكذلك العصب والحافر والخف والظلف والقرن والصوف والوبر والريش والسن والمنقار والمخلب لما ذكرنا ولقوله تعالى ومن أصوافها وأوبارها وأشعارها امتن بها علينا من غير فصل.
نعم. وشعر الميتة وعظمها طاهر. The hair of a carcass. Right, Meita here is referring to any dead animal that was not slaughtered properly and correctly. So if it died on its own through natural causes, another animal killed it, it fell off a cliff, it drowned, whatever. Right, the animal died somehow, but it wasn't slaughtered. It's called Meita. The hair of a Meita, so the fur, the wool, any other type of animal hair, is tahir. It's considered to be pure. You can still use it and benefit from it. وَعَظْمُهَا, and its bones are also pure. The bones of Meita are also considered to be tahir. You can benefit from them, you can make things out of them, utensils, items, whatever. Then he mentions the rational argument why. لِأَنَّ الْحَيَاةَ لَا تَحُلُّهَا, because life does not exist in these parts of the body. حَتَّى لَا تَتَأَلَّمَ بِقَطْعِهَا, and that's why they don't feel pain when like the hair is cut. When you cut hair, you don't feel any pain because there's no life in your hair. فَلَا يَحُلُّهَا الْمَوْتِ, and that means death does not enter these parts as well. وَهُوَ الْمُنَجِّسِ, and death is what causes the body to become impure. Death is what's causing the flesh to become impure. وَكَذَلِكَ الْعَصَبِ, the same thing goes for the sinew, وَالْحَافِر, the hoof, وَالْخُف, وَالظِّلف, these are all like the feet of different animals, وَالْقَرْن, the horns, وَالصُّوفُ, the wool, وَالْوَبَرُ, camel hair, وَالرِّيشُ, feathers, وَالسِّنُّ, teeth, وَالْمِنْقَارُ, the beak, وَالْمِخْلَبُ, the talons. لِمَا ذَكَرْنَا, because of what we just mentioned. وَلِقَوْلِهِ تَعَالَى وَمِنْ أَصْوَافِهَا وَأَوْبَارِهَا وَأَشْعَارِهَا امْتَنَّ بِهَا عَلَيْنَا مِنْ غَيْرِ فَصْلٍ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says these are all blessings upon us that we can use without making any sort of distinction or exceptions. وشعر الإنسان
وشعر الإنسان وعظمه طاهر وهو الصحيح إلا أنه لا يجوز الانتفاع به لما بينا. أما الخنزير فجميع أجزائه نجسة لما مر. وعن محمد رحمه الله أن شعره طاهر حتى حل الانتفاع به، وجوابه أنه رخص للخرازين للحاجة ضرورة.
وشعر الإنسان وعظمه طاهر. The hair of a human and his bones are also pure. They're also طاهر. هو الصحيح, that is the more correct position. إلا أنه لا يجوز الانتفاع به لما بينا, except you cannot benefit from it because of what we explained. يعني لكرامته, that the human being is supposed to be honored and respected. أما الخنزير, as for a pig, as for swine, فجميع أجزائه نجسة لما مر, then all of its parts are considered to be impure because of what we explained. فإنه رجس. وعن محمد رحمه الله, there's a riwayah from Muhammad rahimahullah that the hair of a pig is tahir. حتى حل الانتفاع به, and that's why you can benefit from it. right? Then sometimes they used to use pig hair for making some sort of fibers or for making some sort of string and laces and things like that. وجوابه, the response to him, أنه رخص للخرازين. That no, that was an exception. That was an exception given to shoemakers للحاجة ضرورة, because there was a need. There was a need for it. That's not the general case. Okay. We'll stop here for today because now we're going to start a new section on wells and the purity of wells. So we'll do that on Thursday, inshallah. Any questions?
No, جزاكم خيرا.
Yeah, inshallah. وصلى اللهم على سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.